All right, good morning, everyone. A happy Thursday. I hope you guys are having a good day so far. Life-giving tea. All right, let's get rid of some watches and some phones and set everything into a please don't bother me mode. There we go. Actually, I can't have that on. As a parent, you can't just ignore the world. Hello, Deepak. How you going? So good. How you doing? We have done so much progress with all the projects now. There's so many things we can choose from to work on, right? Good. Happy to hear it, Deepak. Happy to hear it. Hello, Al. Hello, Forces. Hello, Griot. You only know the Swift programming language so far. Skill issue. Very good. All right. So what are we doing? We can just pick and choose what we're going to do. We can do anything from Twitch integration to network programming, writing some tests for Anathema. There are so many things to choose from. Lots of things that has to be done, but also lots of things that we can do, right? Get a little bit of the old color lights in. There we go. Networking is fun. Yeah. Why don't we do some Twitch chat integration then, shall we? We can do that today. Let's do... Today is Twitch chat events. There we go, right? So today we'll start off with some Twitch API debacle. Then we might move on to either documentation for Anathema, writing tests for Anathema, documenting. Actually, we're gonna put this one on top. Adding features to Binky. Writing docs for Binky, writing tests for Binky. All right, there are so many things that we can do now, right? Okay, so let's start. Let me get rid of some stuff here. There we go. Yeah, we can start with some Twitch integration, right? And for that, we need a glass of iced tea, obviously. If you don't start your development day with iced tea, then you're not me. Which makes sense. Okay, the music is way wrong. I gotta check my levels here. All right, hang on. We're going to get rid of it and then add it back in again. Around there, perchance, I say. Yeah, that seems good to me, right? Possibly, Bradev, possibly. Okay, so... to do this, we need some documentation, because who doesn't love the Twitch API documentation, right? Where magic comes to live. All right, so let's have a look. We're still there. Okay, PubSub. Let's start with some PubSub now, right? Okay, so I don't remember how this stuff works, but we're going to make it work. So Project RAS, TwitchBot, BinkyBot. No, BunnyBot. That's the one, right? That we made. Let's see, where do we leave off with this thing? We have a config. We have a handle on things, apparently. Okay, so this is PubSub. PubSub handle. Okay, then. And then for some reason we do a sleepy sleep. I don't think we need to do that. Let's get rid of that. Is this chat? No, it's some kind of logging. I have no idea what's going on there, so we're just going to delete that. Oh, look at that. Look how small our program became, right? Okay. So, we do pub sub before we do chat, which means we have to look at this thing. Okay. We're going to have a synchronous stream. We're going to have some nonsense. We're going to have some addresses. So these are Binky addresses though, right? So we're going to start running this thing. We're going to set up a TCP listener on our local host, 8000. And we're going to set the router to listen. Then we're going to connect something, whatever this is. Here's our ping agent. All right, so that's our heartbeat, okay? And then we run the router, and then we wait for the beat. Okay, so what we need to do, let's look at the heartbeat for now. So we're not quite yet at the network stage, right? So I made a few choices yesterday. When we talked about the request and the remote request, I kind of realized that not only do we not want blocking requests to go remotely, that would be bad. Instead, we're gonna implement remote request as a thing that you can do, right? As a thing that you can do, but you track the request ID yourself instead. This way, we don't have to block the network for certain things. Remember that multiple agents converge across one network connection. So if one of them is holding up the connection, that's not good for us, right? Although technically it wouldn't do that, but still. We don't need to hold up the agent based on network latency instead, right? But this changes how we program a little bit, right? Because we have all these separate components spread out across the application, and things can happen. Agents can disappear and what have you, right? I think we need a way to track agents, right? So, but let's look at this ping first. So we're going to send a ping to a sync, right? Then we're going to stringify this thing. And okay, here's one, right? We have to do all this code, right? Just to resolve an address, right? I think it would be nicer to have something like resolve with, so we can do the sync address is equal to an agent.resolve with, and then we have address sync. Although resolve with sounds like we should pass a closure. We don't want to do that, right? Excuse me. Oh. And then here we want some kind of retry. Okay, thank you, camera. Why don't you just die a little? There we go. So if we have some kind of retry that we can configure here, right? So we can have a retry, and this could be a generic retry with a sleep duration from millis 100, right? And then we await that. So this thing will do this internally, depending on the retry that we pass, right? We can also factor these retries into connections as well, right? So we can have some kind of reconnect, what have you, right? So let's have a look at what that would look like. So this would be magnitudes better than doing this, right? So we got one thing going for us there, right? Here's another thing, right? If we can't find the address, that means that the agent in question has disappeared, right? Which is not good. Oh my God. My eye is leaking. I'm not crying. So we resolve the address if we don't find it. But instead of doing that, I'd like to bring in the concept of subscribing to existence of agents instead, right? So it's a lot easier to do that, right? Why are you crying? Because Rust just makes me so emotional. It's a very emotional time for me, all this Rust time. I cleaned my mouse pad and it's already gross. I literally took it down just before the stream after cleaning it, and now it's gross again. Right? It's like I can't help it. I'm a gross person. All right. And then we have this thing, and this is fine. Oh my god. Okay, so what I would like to do, I would like to add a... I wonder if we can add like a sleep in, because it's such a common thing, right? I wonder if we can add a sleep to the agent. So we can do something like this. While let some OK message equal to agent.receive await. Match on the message, and if it's a request, we do nothing. We don't take requests here, right? Fully qualified, please. We probably don't care about these either, right? We're not gonna have anyone send anything to anything else, right? Hello, Vlox. How you doing? Just possible. All right. Have a good day. Have a good day. And then here we can do agent message timeout, or yeah, why don't we do timeout, right? And on timeout we would do no, not that. This. And on agent message, whoopsie doodles, agent removed, this would contain the key, which we do not really care for. And we would just, there's only one bit tracking, right? So we would just do this again, right? But we would resolve it with this. With this. Like such. So that would get rid of this and this entire loop, and it would take care of itself, right? We basically set it up and then it takes care of itself, right? That is the question, Kron. That is the question. I do not, Ibradev. I've been following the Phil Up blog series on Rust OS development. It's so freaking... It really is, isn't it? Phil Opperman's blog thing, and I didn't even do the whole thing. Phil Opperman's blog OS is like the whole series is pretty cool. I say the whole series. I haven't done the whole thing, right? But I did some of it, and it was really good, right? Okay. I think I want this to be possible. So let's see about adding... Yeah, of course you can, Carl. I wonder if I even have it here under my links. I don't. It should definitely be here. We're going to add it. We're going to add that there. Excuse me? That's the wrong links. It's this one, isn't it? And let's see, writing an OS in Rust. There we go. Oh yeah, no, that's right. Okay. There we go, right. Nah, it's just muscle memory kind of thing. Wait, Control Alt D. There we go. That's not what I want to open though. Where is it? 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 I need to change these links. They're kind of shit to read though, right? Needs to be a lot brighter. Let's do... Okay, let's change the link stuff, right? Let's make sure that Dark Reader isn't on for this website. Dark Reader should be on. Is it off for the website now? Yeah, there we go, right? So let's get a better color for this thing. That's all right, isn't it? In it, mate. Is that a typography? Where's the... no, where's the link? Fonts, probably on the layout. Everything ends up there. Link box, there you go. All right, that should be fine. I didn't even have solar. I don't even have Zola. There's Phil Opperman's blog OS. Okay, it's there now. We can move on. Right. Yeah, back into this thing, right? So another side quest. Well, another side quest is came and went, right? Let's move this stuff around a little. There we go, right? So I think we're gonna do this for this thing to actually make sense. So let's go into the local agent. Let's find the resolve and let's go to the root and add a retry here. We can do timeout. So what would be... what's going to be sensible to do here, right? So we can do timeout with a max number of retries, right? It would be nice if we could chain retries. So we have something like a retry function that can also set the... So we can do this, right? Pump struct retry. Retry count can be an option of a use size. And then what else should we have? Hello, Mr. Pickles. Sleep could be... I think we always need a sleep. I wonder if we need like a sleep strategy though. Like an exponential or not, right? So the sleep can be linear, exponential. Is there anything else that we can shoehorn in there? We can have an enum for retry that is never and count use size. So then retry is just retry here. We can't call this thing retry and this thing retry. Retry count then. And then the sleep is sleep here. Then it seems like we're ending up with a few things here that seem to justify a new module. And of course, we have to export this pub use retry, which is going to be the function for all this. Retry. And we should probably put something in there. Randomization delta in there. We really need that. Like a jitter. We have the jitter here, so we could technically add a jitter. You know, that's not a bad idea. I think we're gonna add a jitter here. The only drawback of this thing is that we're now adding another dependency. But I kind of like that idea. I like the idea of jitter. I'm feeling quite jittery about the whole thing, right? Game doll. Let's do it. What do we got today? Yesterday was Punch Out. Today is... What? So we got some vegetation, some water and a bridge. I don't know what that is. Is this like a construction thing? The bridge thing confused me a little bit. And the graphics is not familiar either. Style is not familiar, I think. So this could be anything from Settlers, not with that thing, Roller Coaster Tycoon. Animal Crossing. I don't think it's going to be Animal Crossing on account of whatever that is, but I need something, right? No, I have no idea what. So, little green dudes with guns. No, I have no idea what this is. I don't think I know this game. What's some kind of tactical some kind of tactical game on Game Boy maybe, or DS or something. I'm thinking something like not Into the Breach. It's not Into the Breach, but something kind of by the same people. So we're looking at something. It's a simulator strategy, turn-based. Yeah, so I wasn't wrong there. Ogre Battles. Advance Wars. That's the one, isn't it? Advance Wars. That's what it is, isn't it? Yes, it is, right? Okay. I never played this myself though. 2001 Wii U. Game Boy Advance. Called it. All right. There we go. Good shout. Might be Worms. No, Worms by Team 17 is quite unique. Like, you would recognize the cover of Worms very easily, regardless of which Worms it is. Okay. So we're adding the jitter in there. So let's make a retry builder. Where we start off with well, then we can actually make the jitter just an option. No, it can be a range, can't it? It can be an option or a range of view size. Or a rangeal if you want. Okay. Is it? I've never played it. Okay, so retry builder. We're going all out now. Okay. We're just gonna write relatable on that one, right? I tried something yesterday. I read that if you take protein before you go to bed, it's good, right, to take your protein shake before you go to bed. And I had a terrible sleep. What a dreadful idea that was. I was up at 3:30 this morning, and then I did a little bit more reading about it. And it turns out that when you consume protein before you go to bed, your body uses a lot of energy to deal with the protein, right? So you get very warm. So if you're cold, take some protein, right? Hello, Intricate. How you going? It's hard to digest. That's the word I'm looking for, digest, right? Yeah, it was a bad idea. Do not take your protein shake before you go to bed, okay? Dreadful idea. Okay, so we're gonna have a retry builder here. No, none of this is gonna this is gonna freak out because none of this is documentation, right? So let's see if we can make this work, right? We have a resolve, and let's do resolve. We call it resolve with for now. With a retry. A few hours before bed. That means that I don't get to eat dinner, okay? Now, stocking up some carbs like 1 or 2 hours before bedtime is not a problem. That's actually quite comfortable. And you know, going to bed hungry is the worst, right? But taking your protein shake just before you go to bed was a really bad idea, right? Okay, so resolve it takes that thing. Hello, Rayonic. How you going, mate? How you doing, mate? Say, do you guys really dislike the fitness conversations on chat, right? Because I know it's not everyone's forte, all right? And it's not like we're like going deep into them, and everyone knows that everything fitness is just bro science and make believe. But I'm just wondering if people actually mind them, if they like get really like, oh, right? Doing good, some day job, Unity work. Oh, nice, nice. What are you doing in Unity, Rayonic? Anything fun? So here we're gonna do this in a loop. All right, that's fair enough. Yeah, but I guess it's like some people don't care for it, right? Sometimes when I watch a streamer and they start talking about sports, specifically like American football or something, I just go, oh god, and then I just tune out. I'm like, you couldn't bore me more if you tried, all right? Aren't we all Monokuma, right? Aren't we all 20, super fit and ready to go? 3D visualization for SAP variant configurators. I don't know what that means, but I'll just smile and nod. All right. Okay, so here we're gonna do something. We're gonna do something with this thing. We are, yes, we are. Okay, here we're gonna loop. We're gonna say the key is a loop. And we're gonna match on you. Match on EU. On ooh, yes, match on ooh. Field match. Right. All right. So this is going to be the key. What are you doing? All right. And then here's an error. E. And we're going to match on this error just to find out, because I'm that lazy. No. Yes. Should we go with fail? Should we retry on failed delivery, but not for a resolve? So this will trigger us all. Sleep. Ha! What a trick! What a trick! Hey, what a trick, Ben! We're almost 40 with dad bods and nagging injuries from our glorious sports past. I was never into sports as a kid. I tried a few different things, but I never really got into it. My friends tried to get me to play football with them, but I was just really bad at it. I had like no coordination either. And when my kid said to me, "Dad, I want to play football," I'm like, "No, you don't." But I didn't say anything. I was like, "Okay, I'll drive you to practice." We went to 2. And after the second practice, she said, "Well, everything was fun until we had to play each other." And I'm like, "Yeah, just like your old man." Okay. No, I don't know anything nitty-gritty either, RJ. I find sport in general to be super boring to talk about, but I get that people don't, right? People don't feel that way, right? And I totally get that, right? Street BMX for 10 to 15 years? Really? Wow. Do you got some video of you doing some sick tricks, right? Some sick stunts. I'm saying that with a stupid voice, but I am genuinely interested. Like, do you got some video? Because I always find like skateboarding, roller skating, BMX, these kind of things are just like crazy. They're good workouts, and there are a lot of like really cool things people. I said to my kid, I said like, maybe I should get a skateboard and learn to skateboard, right? So old man at the skate park with a bike helmet and and a dead bod to boot, right? Just trying to do an ollie, right? That would be pretty funny. Shane, I totally understand that as well. Thank you for the follow, 9moo. 9. How you doing? This is fine day. International kickball started this week. Oh no. The bike I started on weighed 15 kilos. Oh wow, that's heavy. 2 right. Moo. Lot of upper body strength. Used to jump over trash cans with it. Really? I can't even take out the trash. So there you go, right? Okay, so we need to get duration in here. And now we're going to get yelled at for... Wait, what? This should work. And this thing should just continue for now. Because we're in a loop. It shouldn't. It should sleep though, right? So we're going to say retry.sleep await. And then we're going to probably have to make this muta bubbles as well, right? And let's make the retry have an impl. Retry. Oh man, Intica, I can top that one. I might have told you guys this story before, but me and my ex-girlfriend, we were going to play badminton one day. So we took the bike, my motorbike, to the place where it was closest to us to play badminton, which was in a place called Radlett. It's not relevant. So we went there on the bike, And when we pulled up on the parking lot, a kid and presumably the mom just got out of a car, and the kid turns around, points at us, and says, "Mom, why does this guy have his mom on his bike?" And my ex got so angry. She's Spanish, okay, and she let that be known, okay. There was a lot of hand gestures, not directed at the kid. It was at me, right? Good times to be had by all, right? Ooh, right. Okay, so it's right. That's why. But that should be a result of an agent. Oh, it's an address. Okay. So annoyingly, you know what we could do? We could just do the map, right? Like that. Rust is really fun, Moo. It's do you prefer like X9 Moo or just 9 Moo, right? Let me know. I think Rust made programming fun again. It's really, really good. As far as I'm concerned, I think it's amazing. But this is really confusing. Expected a unit, but you're not. Okay, well, the map doesn't really hurt us, so I guess we can leave it. And then here, I guess for this thing, we're just going to return there and be done with it. It's just a bit silly that we have to. Ooh, Nelly. Go with me, gotcha. Yeah, so we end up having to clone the address. I never liked that idea. I think we're gonna find a way to get rid of this clone, but we'll do it for now just to calm this thing, right? Okay, now we have to implement this thing. All right. So we're gonna do our first sleep. And what should we do? We're gonna match on after retries. And finally, we're going to end up with some kind of duration. And we're going to do a Tokyo times sleep for this duration, right? And here we're going to panic just so we get to this documentation bug, right? Or error. That's what I'm kind of after, right? Let's see. Create a retry strategy. Since this is kind of generic, there's not a lot we have to say about this thing, right? So we're going to end up with a retry builder. So let's import retry builder. Let's have a function called jitter, which will take a range of jitter then, right? So we'll have... since it's a builder, we're going to take self. And the reason we take self as opposed to a mutable reference to self is because we don't want to add the additional line that would be required for construction and then all the mute nonsense, right? Okay, so... oops, doodles. Oh God, I'm gonna be yawning. I'm so sorry. It's gonna affect you. I'm sorry. So we need to start off with some kind of sleep before we do anything, right? So we could start off with something like millis as a use size here. Sounds good, Tuna. So we start off by having a millisecond retry, but we can change this to another value afterwards. So we got retries, we got sleep, and we got jitter. No, we don't have retries. Pub function retries. So here we're just going to set retries. So we're always going to have retries on the retry builder, aren't we? So then here, for our retry builder, I don't know what to do. I almost drank coffee today, which is kind of extreme for me. I was doing my pre-workout stuff, which is I try to spend my mornings without screen time now. That's pretty crazy. So I kind of just find chores to do around the house. I put the kettle on, wait for some tea, and I walk around doing things in the house, right? And then as I got closer to being able to go gymming, I start my process of adding some chemicals to water and consuming that. And I was thinking, like, I want caffeine in this. But I have no caffeine, so I thought maybe I should have a shot of espresso. Did I just say espresso? I'm so sorry. What a tit. Espresso, okay? I'm so sorry I said espresso. Espresso, sorry. Anyway, yeah, big boo, big deep boo, right? Get out of here, right? Yeah, so I take some C vitamin and some other stuff, right? Nothing fancy. Wait, what? Oh man, you got me, Bean Juice. You got me. Is today the day you're gonna sub Bean Juice? Is today you're finally gonna sub so you can get some bone conducting headphones, right? Tuna. There's no living that down, right? I might as well have just told everyone that I kill and eat small, like everyone's pet, right? If your favorite pet, I'm gonna eat it, right? That's I might as well have said that, right? It's worse than a fart in church, right? But yeah. So I thought maybe I should have like a shot of espresso, but I didn't. Tell everyone. There's no living this down, man. You're gonna wear this as a badge. I should just have espresso written on my top now, right? This. I am the espresso guy from now on, right? Oh, hang on. Before we do this, I might actually have something for you here. I might have something for you. Wasn't it the Michelin Web espresso? There we go. Not Speedo. Now I thought they did one where he's talking about pronunciation. All right. Oh, block. Boo. Okay, hang on. We'll fix this. We'll fix it. All right. specifically. It's so fucking dark. Quality. Bloody quality that show was. Bloody quality that show was, man. If you're gonna watch any British comedy, that's the one. That and Friday Night Dinner. Oh my god, right? Oh my god. Nice try, Bean Juice. Nice try. Yeah, you got stick to your guns, right? Anyway, no, I don't drink coffee, Joe, but I have because at one point I wasn't a poor idiotic streamer, right? I have one of these coffee makers, all right, and this thing makes really good coffee. It grinds the beans, you top up the beans, there's a cup heater up there, water tank, cow juice, right? And it's pretty damn good. It's pretty damn good. I bought this, and I don't drink coffee, okay? Nice. So, I don't... no, bean juice, it's about 1,200 euros now, right? This was back when I worked for clients instead of you guys, okay? And bean juice, my clients always subscribe. Actually, they don't. I don't think a client has ever subscribed to my stream. Anyway, I jest, right? No, I like the whole thing. I tried AeroPress. Instant coffee is probably the worst thing ever. I don't understand how people drink it. It's super gross. Drip coffee is not like filter coffee. It doesn't do it for me. I could do the whole. The ones I really like are the the Italian stovetop espresso, right? I don't. They have the little guy. There you go. These ones. I really like these ones, though, right? For some reason, but because this one has saved me so many times, right? We moved somewhere, we didn't have a coffee maker, whatever. Just throw one of these. They're not expensive. Put them on the stove top. You got a decent shot coffee, right? I can do the whole like grinding and what have you, right? But it doesn't really make the coffee that much better. And for those of you who are like real coffee snobs, I think you're full of shit, okay? You heard it here first, okay? I think you're full of shit, mate. Now, I jest, right? I personally don't have the palate to... I can tell if it's instant coffee, filter coffee, or an espresso with additional hot water. But that's what I draw the line. I did not like the AeroPress. The AeroPress is supposed to be amazing. I did not like it. But there you go, right? Drip coffee doesn't work for you anymore now. Are you going to turn into one of those nerds that has a stick with bendy needles poking out so you can level your coffee? No. So I don't, hello, Modprog. I don't weigh my coffee, or I didn't weigh my coffee or anything like that, right? And honestly, I did this on stream. Like, I tried to brew tea at different temperatures and everything. You can't tell a difference, right? And I don't think you can tell the difference with coffee. You can tell the difference between coffee beans, obviously. You can tell the difference between how the coffee was made, like the different types of coffee, but I can't tell one espresso from another, right? If it's the same beans and it's made, then probably not, right? One thing that did intrigue me was the hand pump espresso. I never got this because I stopped drinking coffee, but hand pump espresso, right? This thing is some kind of weird thing, right? Like you literally pump it up and then you push a button and it makes coffee for you, right? And I think there's something delightfully funny. This is probably really like not that exciting, right? But there's something funny about it, right? Look at that one. This one has a little glass bulb as well. I don't think the other ones had. No, there's no glass on that one, is there? You clearly should have the glass, right? Or the seat is probably not glass, probably plastic, right? So, but this is like one of those things that you like bring with you on a holiday kind of thing in the car, but nah, right? This looks really fun. This looks like it's kind of like a perverted wine opener / espresso. Let's see if we can do like wine opener. If I can just find one to show what I mean, right? Well, it's almost like this, right? But it's like, it's twofold, right? You get like the double handle wine openers. They look like that, right? What's going on here? That's a little one. Oh man, so many dumb wine openers, isn't there, right? This is all you need. I used to be a bartender and I worked as a waiter as well. This is all you need. You have this in your pocket. You don't need any of the other bullshit, right? These things, I mean, that one's a classic, right? But these things, what a waste of money, right? Anyway, fun times. Okay. The thing is more I think so much of it is just like hype culture. I don't think people can actually tell the difference, but people love to be snobby about these things. Oh, I only drink my coffee if it's brewed in 83 degrees on top of a mountain served by a goat, right? Cat Peasant, thank you so much, buddy. Thank you so much for 46 espresso cats, man. Espresso order. How you doing, buddy? Thank you so much for the sub. Cursed. Coffee addicts eventually config the coffee maker setup more than Primegen configures his NeoVim setup. Possibly. Absolutely possible, right? But that's the thing with coffee. I don't believe in... I used to be really into wine, right? So in my world, I can tell a decent wine, right? From less than decent wine. One of my favorite wines, and I like I said, I had money to spend on a coffee machine, right? I also had money to spend on wine. And so I tried everything from like £2.50 bottles of wine to €150 bottles of wine, right? And my favorite wine was Muriel, right? £11 in the off license, right? Muriel, dark red, Spanish, pretty decent. Was my favorite wine. Not just because of the taste, but to go up in taste from there, you kind of had to go pretty far up in price range. And people love like Marquis de Riscal and all that. And I think that's really boring wine, right? But that's like, if you go to an offie and you don't know what Spanish red to get, you get like a Marquis de Riscal, right? And it's just such a boring wine, right? Anyway, you're in the UK at the moment? Nice. Oh man, Cat Peasant, welcome to hot rain, right? Oh, nice. Where, like, are you in London? Whereabouts in London are you? If you are in London, like north or south, right? I'm good, mate. I'm good. I only drink my coffee if it has been shit at the backside of the Kopi Lua, right? That to me is just absolute bananas, right? But now I think coffee snobs they're just. I hear people talk about it passionately, but I sit there and I be like bullshit, right? There's like a level you can go to a certain degree. Like I said, you can tell one bean from another. Maybe you can tell one type of coffee, like the brewing technique. Okay, espresso, filter coffee, instant. Everyone can tell. Instant coffee is just gross, right? But everyone can tell these things apart, right? But I don't think people can be like, oh no, this is the same bean, but it's brewed at like 2 degrees more. Like when people get into that, like you gotta pour it, right? I just got no, man, just no. No. You're Basingstoke. Okay, well, right. Fair enough. Enjoy the pubs. Back with a question. Do you start your programming career with Rust or do you learn something else? Oh, God. When I started my programming career, Rust wasn't even a glint in Graydon's eye, right? I am not, as you call, a spring chicken or any kind of fowl. But no, there was no Rust when I started programming. PHP program. Actually, PHP is one of the languages I programmed early on, right? Basic, Pascal, PHP. Those were my early days of programming, right? Coffee snobs are like wine snob. Most of it is in their head. Yeah, that's what I think, Tempor. And the thing is, I get it, right? But to me, a coffee snob is just the same as a stamp collector, okay? You might take pleasure in it, but you're just fooling yourself, right? Coffee snobs are annoying, but at least they kind of have a point. But wine snobs are just making it up. They're a victim of the placebo effects, but they act like $200 wine is somehow better. Well, like I said, Tuna, I used to like wine. And my favorite wine was 11 pounds, right? And to get anything better than that, in my book, you'd have to go leaps and bounds, like out of the price range. And yeah, a lot of it is going to be in your head. Definitely it's going to be in your head. Oh yeah, I was a PHP dev in the 90s, Al. I'm 20 years old, by the way. Coffee snobs can be knowledgeable. I learned a lot from a guy on YouTube called James Hoffman. But no, that's fine. But it's a hobby, right? Like the obsession of coffee is a hobby, but I don't think that people can actually tell the difference. So, okay, let me be very clear, right? If you had 2 cups of coffee, 2 shots of espresso from the same bean, brewed by 2 different machines, you might be able to compare them and say, oh yeah, there's a difference. But I don't think you'd be able to get just one of these coffees and drink it and tell me what machine it was made from, what year it was made, blah, blah, blah. I think it's a hobby, right? But it's like, it's kind of like getting into the whole gold-plated cables, right? If you know what I mean. Visual Basic 6. I tried Visual Basic 6, and I did not enjoy it. Oh yeah, I'm clearly 20, Al, right? All this gray, food coloring. I tried getting slightly into rum, just very casually, but it burns too much to appreciate subtle differences. I only drink once or twice a year, so I can't build up a tolerance to the alcohol. You're not supposed to build up a tolerance to alcohol. The tolerance is called cirrhosis of the liver, okay? There's no tolerance to build up, right? I mean, there is some, but still. I tried various different rums. So again, I used to be a bartender. I have a degree in is it mixology or whatever, right? What a stupid thing to have, but so you get to learn a lot about these things. You get to try a lot of these things, right? The only thing I can say is that rum is interesting, but it's not good to drink on its own, right? It's not a nice spirit to drink neat, I think. Thank you, Primpomito, for the follow. Sorry, I tried for the follow. Thank you. The obsession of coffee is a hobby. Yep. About the wine, it's mostly matters of taste. There's wine really expensive you don't like, and cheap ones are great for you. Don't let people tell you what you like. Basically, in France, under 5 mostly disgusting. So, I don't like French wine. I've been to Bordeaux. I've tried the wine there, and I did like a wine tasting, and a lot of it was really just not my flavor, right? I can't get away from dark Spanish reds, right? I've been there as well. I've been to Rioja, to that really cool hotel they have there, designed by Goldie, I think. And I've been there for wine tasting and a tour and everything. Really cool, like really beautiful. But and that's like, that was my preference. But yeah, again, I'm not a wine snob, right? Thank you so much for the gift subs, Zero. Thank you so much. That's super nice of you. We're up to 180 subs this month. We might, if only Bean Juice would subscribe, we could buy some bone conducting headphones this month. Right? Coffee brewed with boiling water tastes different than the same coffee brewed 20 degrees less. On that, I can't tell. But that I guess like you can only tell side by side. Right? When you do a side by side comparison, you can tell a lot. But that's not how we consume anything, right? You don't sit down to have dinner and you get like 5 different dinners of the same variety. You're like, this cheeseburger, this hang on, that's a fish, all right? What is this thing? It's your hand, sir. You've been eating your hand for the last half hour. Damn it. Rum gives gnarly hangovers, too much sugar in there. Hangover is mostly from lack of fluids, though. Like your water, right? You need water. With coffee beans, you have to first consider the roasting temperature and duration. I suppose at least with wine, the barrel might actually change the. No, it might. It actually does. It's a very big. Important. The barrel is very important. Oak barrels for a Gran Reserva, right? It's a very different taste than one that isn't, right? Like it's been in the barrel for 3 years to be qualified as a Gran Reserva, and you can definitely taste that, right? Yes, dehydration is the source of your hangover. Like if you don't want to get a hangover, there's a really good cure. Don't drink. You ignore my question though. Okay. Sorry, Bean Juice. Let me scroll all the way up. All right. Will you come back to PHP 9? If you subscribe now, Bean Juice, we'll just drop everything for PHP 9 right now. Okay. With the next. Oh, we don't have a timer. Okay. Otherwise, we could have done that, right? Otherwise, we could have done a countdown, okay? If you subscribe with the next 10 minutes, we're going to swap to PHP 9, a language I have no understanding of. I didn't even have a compiler for it. I don't know what to do with it, right? But we will swap to PHP 9 for the next 30 minutes. Right? I'm kidding. I don't know anything about PHP anymore. I did PHP 3, I think, when I was using it. This is back in the 90s. Bone conducting headphones are weird. I use them for swimming. You can hear even if you just hold them. So you mean like if I'm just holding them, this is a watch by the way, if I'm just holding them, I can hear. What distro do I have? Nuamort. Can you guess by the way? I have PHP got some good updates recently. Fair enough. Dehydration is the cause of the headache in the hangover. The rest of it is the alcohol and metabolics. Yes. So the way to cure that is to go down to the A1 Cafe in North Finchley, also known as a Greasy Spoon, and inhale a full English, right? I'm hyped for PHP 9 Sense 7, really? PHP 9 will do breaking changes? We'll see about that, Bean Juice. This was necessary. Have they fixed that odd bug? Wow, actually, can you be more specific, right? Okay. Anyway, thank you so much, Siru. So what should we do? What should we do next? Should we do this thing? No. So sorry. There was a really odd quirk with PHP. It has an odd history, and I don't remember this thing. Right? I think it had like a foreign language error message, right? But I don't remember what the story was here. But it had like a really weird issue. I honestly don't remember, right? I don't remember. This is so long ago, right? So I have no idea. Yeah, there's probably 1,000 different ones, right? So what do I know, right? Okay, let's see. So what are we gonna do here? We're gonna set this to retry count and return self. So retries is gonna be retry count nevers. Maybe that's the one. I honestly, since I don't remember, it's hard to say. I wonder if this was the double colon is a token allowed access to content. All right. Yeah, I don't know. It can only be that. I encountered it, really. Do you actually write... Do you write PHP for realsies, Bean Juice? No, Tuna, see, if Bean Juice would have subscribed there, we would have definitely just dropped everything and gone to PHP 9, but I guess we'll never know now, right? I'm just janking your chain. I'm just janking your chain here a little bit. Oh man, what else is there to do though, Bean Juice, right? And also, honestly, don't feel like you have to subscribe. Okay, I'm just winding up. As a matter of fact, I already have bone conducting headphones right here. Okay, right next to me, I have a pair of bone conducting headphones, Bean Juice. All right, so whether you sub or not, it's just me taking the piss. Okay. I've definitely had PHP source code repo open back when I was raw dogging PHP. Raw dogging PHP, man, that sounds like you need a shower afterwards, right? This stream is slowly transforming into Bean Juice sub milking stream. Just show me what the C code is doing. Thank you so much, Tempora. It doesn't count though, right? Thank you so much, Temporas. Okay, it had to be Bean Juice doing it. No, this is a running joke with me and Bean Juice at this point. Right? I never expect Bean Juice to subscribe, but thank you so much, Temporas. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Right. But I do have some bone conducting headphones, Bean Juice, and I think that they are really amazing and really shit at the same time. Right? If you guys want to know. Would a gift sub to Bean Juice? Do you guys want to see me try to do PHP 9 for half an hour? So, okay, we are going to do other streams, other languages, right? We're going to do the language roulette thing, right? I just got to finish these things first, right? Yes. Okay. If more than 20 people vote yes, we will do a PHP stream, okay? Do you find that satisfactory? Should we do PHP... for 1 hour? Yes. No. Okay, we'll run the poll for 5 minutes. There you go. Yeah, especially when you intertwine the PHP script code inside the markup. I have no idea what you're supposed to do now, right? Well, Modprog, I'm not setting myself up to lose on purpose, all right? Who the hell voted no? Oh, hang on, I can vote. I'm gonna vote no. There you go. Here's the error as a picture. Honestly, Bean Juice, I don't know why I'm missing your messages so frequently, right? I'm so sorry. I genuinely am sorry that I'm somehow incapable of reading your messages half the time, right? Yeah, this is it, right? That's the one I was looking for. Yeah, this is it. Previous sadness. Come on, man. This is really funny. This is really funny. And what's the language? If it doesn't say the language of this thing, Hebrew. Yes, that's the one. It's Hebrew. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. All right. Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Okay. But you guys are going to have a chance, right? I'm going to open this up so you guys can choose to vote for languages that we're going to do in the future. And we're going to do a language roulette, right? But I'm going to veto some languages from there, right? I'm going to ignore any obscure languages like Piet or Brainfuck just because they're not interesting to program in for a stream. They're fun for 5 minutes. But look at the stream, a skill issue, and then after a while, but this is actually really boring. 6 more people. Bean Juice 20 yes. We're on 11 yes, right? No BF. No, I just don't think BF is fun. It's not gonna make for a fun stream, right? It's just gonna be super boring, and no one's really gonna be interested. So for the sleep, we're gonna start off with what we pass in here. Like that, right? It literally says in the poll, need at least 20 yes. All right. There is no room for misinterpretation there, Squire. Okay. Yeah, no, I know Rockstar. I'm familiar with so many of these obscure programming languages, and they have little interest apart from the compilers, right? The rest of it is just not interesting, right? There aren't even enough people voting. I was banking on that, you know. Might be fun to write a non-BF language that compiles the BF. Actually, that's not a bad idea. That could be fun, right? Like Haskell. BF is short for brainfuck, which is an obscure programming language that basically leads nowhere, right? The most interesting bits of those parody languages is just seeing the Lexus and the parsers and the virtual machines, right? Are generally the most interesting part there. The rest is just pain and suffering for no reason, right? Okay, so we have ourselves a little bit of sleep now. Oh, it's going to be a U64, right? There we go. Okay, so what's the next one? We had the jitter as well. So the jitter, we can just set the jitter to none. Like that. So we already have the space set up for this now. So we're gonna have retries will be self.retries, sleep will be self.sleep, and jitter will be self.jitter, I guess. But then maybe if they're all the same, then we can probably skip the builder and just implement this thing on the retry and not have a finish function in that case, right? The whole fun is journey, not the destination. Yeah, but that's the thing with these obscure languages. It's not actually fun. All right, it's not fun. You need mega majority for PHP. Yeah. OCaml built Rust in it, so it's relevant. No, OCaml is not an obscure programming language, right? OCaml is quite a well-known programming language. Maybe we do this then, so we just have these set functions. Let's get rid of the retry builder, and we just have the retry then. Rigged. I voted no and still think it's unfair. Oh yeah, now writing compilers and Lexus, like the most chill part is the parser, right? And that can be quite fun to write. Then the next up is going to be the evaluation of expressions, right? That can also be reasonably fun. Okay, so self.sleep is... We probably don't want... Maybe we do this as a... We just do linear... like that, and then we do exponential. I don't know how we're gonna do exponential. Exponential. I guess we could just double the retry thing, right? But that was for the bone conducting bone phones, right? Bean juice. Thanks for hanging out, Ibradev. One day will be enough there to beat it. Yeah, and this is why we keep a small stream, right? No other reason. Okay, it's just by choice. All right, no field range. No, it's not range, is it? It's jitter. There we go. Have a good sleep, Tuna. Thanks for hanging out. And then retries is also just updating self. Okay, so then we have to do the sleep function here, right? So we need to get like a duration for all of this stuff, right? So if we should we have a reset or not? Python interpreter for Trump script, and I think it purposely had ambiguous random expression evaluation to equal the test. So if it's never, then we're just going to return. And we're going to do the same thing if the count is 0. So we'll do this, and we can then we subtract the retries there, right? And then we need to get the sleep from here. So let's match on sleep. If it's no sleep, then we just return. If it's linear, then duration. We need one more. We need one that is actually just duration that has no impact on anything, right? So we're gonna get the duration. Actually, it's just gonna be duration. So here, this is easy. This is our duration. Linear, we're gonna get the duration, but we also need to do. Actually, what would qualify as linear, right? Exponential, we would double it. And then we would do duration by 2. And I guess for linear, we would have to have some kind of additive, right? So should we do that? So what happens with things like to do, panic, unreachable? There's quite a few of them, right? But to do and panic and unreachable. What else do we have there? But these all these two are just panics under the hood, right? And a panic can infer any type, right? So if I'm going to return a retry from here and I just leave a to do in there, this will still compile, right? Well, it's not compiling now. Oh, yeah. Well, why don't we just panic there to get on with it, right? So in this case, it would just infer the type to be retry down here. But since this can't actually return anything, right? So what will happen when we reach this code is we will panic and we will unwind the current thread. And if the current thread is the main thread, we will exit the program. Otherwise, we will just unwind the thread, right? Okay, so should linear be just adding, or should it be a fixed duration? I guess we should have an additional duration here, right? So linear, actually, we specify another duration here, and that's what we add. So like that. Which is probably not relevant. Unimplemented, that's another one. Have a good one, Siri. Thanks for hanging out, and thank you for the sub. Enjoy your day. So then we just have one that is a duration that just contains duration, and that's what we're going to start with. So let's add the duration. If I didn't sit like a cucumber, maybe I would actually be able to, you know, function. I'm sort of slouching sideways into the chair, really bad. When writing code, how easy for you is it to think how to stitch together right functionality in a hard or easy to figure out all the type mechanics necessary? It depends on what you're working on, Rebel, and who you're working with. Some people, when you work with the code, it kind of just makes sense. Some people, when you work with the code, it kind of feels like the code is, it's like petting a cat against the hairs, right? You can do it, but neither you nor the cat's gonna enjoy it, right? It just feels weird. So here we're gonna say that the sleep is duration instead. There we go. Good. Hello, Anmal. How you going? Okay, so we now have our... I think we have this down pat now, right? Oh, we have to add the jitter. Oui, ¿qué pasa? I do. Whoops. I think I know what kind of functionality I need, but struggle to express in code. So it depends on what you're building, Rebel, and that's obviously going to be down to your experience is the word I'm looking for, right? I'm spacing out a little bit with it, but sometimes I struggle as well, Rebel. So what I do when I want to build something I never built before and I have no experience in, I usually build something with it and then I sort of just eject it into space and start again, right? Because then you see everything that is wrong with it, right? This is why this is why I think the literature on software architecture doesn't necessarily make sense, right? How can you write a book about software architecture? You're writing something very generic because every different projects have different structures, right? Or maybe I should say structure more than architecture, but still, a game is different from a game engine, is different from a website, is different from a desktop app, is different from a device driver, and so on and so forth, right? Like there's no... If you've never written a device driver before, then how do you know how to architect it, right? You can look at other projects as well, right? You can do that, of course. Right, so now we need to add the jitter. So if let some jitter equals self.jitter, but we can't move. Actually, as ref is sufficient for us. And now we're going to go and look at the docs RS for the rand crate. You should always throw away your first project that you make when you don't know the architecture, right? It's very... I mean, how many times have I rewritten Anathema, right? Now I feel confident in building a UI framework if I wanted to, right? Drive domain-driven design. Yes, exactly that, Chronix. Right? They're trying to generalize something that isn't. I mean, you can have generalized bits like design patterns, but that's not software architecture, right? That's not the structure of your project, right? That is just how you can solve the same. You can solve the same task with different methods, right? So we want to do a. We want to get next within a range, right? Maybe like gen range. Well, there you go then. So it's just gonna be, and the jitter is gonna be in milliseconds. So let's call this jitter ms, okay? And let's make this u64 instead, right? Set the jitter in milliseconds, even though we're never gonna see that. See, this is just bananas. There we go. Man, this really sucks, right? I can't wait for ranges to be cloned. This is really rubbish, right? Yeah. I think we're good now. So we have jitter up and everything. Okay, so now we have something that allows you to retry. I guess when it comes to structuring your software, just so what a stupid comment, but here goes. Just do what makes sense, right? The real problem is, how do I know what makes sense, right? How do I figure out what makes sense when it comes to building software, right? And how do I know what makes sense to and the only way you're gonna find out is through experience, right? So you build something, you see what the issues were with what you built, you throw it away, and then build something new, right? Knowing what you know now, right? For instance, I've never written a game. I made a game jam game, and I've made a mobile game in the old days, but I've never written a game, right? So if I were to write a game, I would have to do a bunch of stuff to figure out what works and what doesn't work, right? So there will be a lot of prototypes to build and to throw away, right? Okay, so let's find our local agent again. And when we do a resolve with, we're going to have this. Okay, so we already implemented this thing. Okay, well, that was easy. Okay. And then everything will be taken care of by the sleep itself, right? Ooh, well, hang on. This thing should return something like should sleep again, right? So how do we represent that? Obviously we could use a bool, but a bool kind of sucks. Except for gunlang, of course. Oh my god, cheap viewers. Oh man, aren't you the cheapest viewer though, right? You know what the worst part is? Now I have to report you. I don't know why I'm talking. It's clearly not a... so the account was created in 2023. I'm guessing this is a hacked account, right? So we're going to unban this person. But we're going to give them a warning, right? Spam lol. Oh my god, Twitch, you beautiful website, you. I can't give them a warning because I can't get to the flipping button. There we go, right? Come on, Twitch. Come on. Cheap view, hot views in your neighborhood, right? So I like banning these people is probably not the best thing to do, right? Given that they are probably just regular views that had their accounts hacked, right? Not that I think that Kike Fernando Silva is KQ, whatever, right? KQ Fernando Silva is gonna come back and chat at some point, right? I don't think that's gonna happen. Okay, so should sleep again. We're not gonna call it that. Okay, let's just call it. What should we call it then, right? We could return something called sleep, and here we can return sleep stop, and the same thing here, and then here we can return sleep again. There we go, right? A copy of the C programming language. Whoops. So there we go, right? Oh shit, we already have one called sleep. Sleep again. Yes. Not yes. All right. So what should we? What do we call this thing? Right? Do we get another go around? Right? Another go around. There we go. Yes. There we are, right? So now we have to match on this thing. What? And then here we need to return an error. Would a 3 month, not a tree. Would 3 month be? Would 3 month be an overkill to take time only learning language itself first? Depends on what you want to do, right? And only then move to build some project. How do you learn language, Rebel? Right? Do you learn by building something, or do you learn by exploring? Right? So I can, if I want to know something specific about Rust, I'm quite happy to just pop open the documentation for it and, well, let's not pick something nightly, right? Come on, man. Retain. Okay, so to learn about retain, I would quite happy to just go off and write some code that uses retain to internalize and understand it, and then chuck the code away and be happy with it, right? But I don't think like forcing yourself into a space is a good thing, right? Yeah, I think it's difficult to answer. So in this case, we're done with the sleep. So here we have to return an error. There would be an address not found. Yes, it's just going to be a continue. So do we call this resolve with retry, or do we just call it resolve? Because resolve with implies some kind of closure. What do we do? Welcome to Discord, Kron. We need more. I need to be more active on Discord. I am sorry. I do hang out and talk nonsense sometimes, but yeah, I don't involve myself as much as I should do. Time, so fleeting, fickle one, right? I'm surprised we're not talking right now. Okay, so we've added the resolve with retry function. So in as far as we're concerned, the bunny bot heartbeat could now make do with this doesn't work yet. So we should now be able to do this one, right? So that's a resolve with retry. And I would... Oh, fiddlesticks. We can't make the... This is super annoying. We can't make the retry copy. We don't have to. So here we can just call retry with 100. Right? So this now works. This line now replaces this guy. Bam, done, right? And for that reason, I'm out. So this one will just retry forever. I think maybe we don't want to do that. So we're going to say retry is equal to retry 100 milliseconds. And then... Oh, you know, it would be nice if we could do it like this, wouldn't it? So if we do it 10 times, that gives us 1 second to start up. I think I want to make that work, right? So let's go to our retry again. And let's change this now. So sleep. Yeah, that one's fine. Oh, jitter takes ownership of self and returns self with a K. Who would have known that that was so hard to spell, right? I think that's pretty good. There's no finish here. So that means this should work now. But it's not count. What is it called then? Retries. pretty good. So we have a number of retries. We're going to do this. We'll sleep for 100 milliseconds at a time. This gives us a whole second to do this. Let me do you one better, Chronex, and tell you not to use lazy static anymore unless you really need to write code for an old version of Rust. I can't really get into how it works, but we could. I haven't looked at lazy static in years, right? We can have a quick look at it. But there's no reason to have lazy static anymore, right? But before I show you that, let's go to docs.rs and find lazy static. So we're going to replace lazy static with a one cell or a one slot or a thread local, depending on your needs, right? But let's look at this thing first, though. We're going to look at the macro for this thing. So static ref and ident. This is what we're looking for. So we create this initialize function. Oh man, I do not remember this at all. But let's not even worry about it. Let's not worry about it. Let me talk to you about the alternatives, right? Because that's kind of old, right? So let's do thread local, once lock, and once cell, right? These are the ones that we're going to talk about, right? So we started with thread local. Now, if you don't need to use multiple threads, thread local is your simplest choice. Now, lazy static does not imply mutability, right? It just means that we initialize something lazily, right? So we might have some heap allocated data, right? If I try to do a static string like this, right, it doesn't work because this thing would just be a heap allocated. Well, actually, we can do this, but this has very little value to us, right? If we actually want to make a string in here, we want our hello world, or maybe we want some kind of client secret in there, right? Whatever you want, right? Let's go with hello world. This doesn't work because you cannot heap allocate at this point, right? You couldn't do a string from, right? In other words, okay. It's not a const function. You can call any function that is const, right? But this is not it, right? What we can do is we can do a thread local here, right? And all of a sudden, we can now do this, right? But this is unique per thread. So if I have two threads, we're going to have two instances of these static strings. They cannot cross thread boundaries. Actually, ignore that comment. That was inaccurate and wrong. But there will be two of them if you have two threads, right? But we only need one thread, then we're golden, right? We can just call string here, run it, and bollocks, right? Sorry, we have to do string with, okay? And then we can do this, right? There we go. That's our hello world. Okay. So this works if you only have one thread, or rather, sorry, let me rephrase that. This works if you don't need to keep the information synchronized across threads. Now, if you do need to keep this thing synchronized across threads, then it's better to use something called a once lock, right? So let's use stud sync. That's not how you spell sync. Once lock. And once lock is, let's pop this open because I don't remember the documentation for this thing. Get or init, that's the one we want, right? So we're going to do a static string 2. So that's a once lock string. That's a once lock new. Okay. And then we're going to have a function to get this thing with string. And here we're going to take f. And inside here, we're going to do string 2.get or init. And we're going to do string from hello world. So this will only run once, okay? So let's make sure that we can see that as well, right? Running the init for string 2. Okay, we're not quite done. Wait, what are you complaining about? I don't think that's true. Hang on, let me try this. Can we actually return a string from here? That would be a static one, though. We can, right? So this would be a second one then, right? So if I now do this, we're going to print out with string twice and make sure that we only see this code run once, yeah? Running the init for string 2. So it only runs once, but we get in string twice, okay? And then finally, we have once cell. Now, the difference between once lock and once cell, I have to look that up. Once lock can be written to only once, okay? This type is thread safe once. This type is a thread safe once cell and can be used in statics. So once cell can be written to multiple times. No, it's not. One cell is not thread safe. Okay, that's what that is. One cell is not thread safe. So once lock is more useful in a multi-thread environment, right? So one cell cannot go across thread boundaries. Is that right? A shared reference is invalid without copying and replacing it. Without runtime borrow checks, unlike ref cell. However, only immutable reference can be obtained. For a thread safe version, see this thing. So does this thing not implement? Okay, so it's an unsafe cell, which is not send or sync, right? So unsafe cell implements not send and not sync, right? I believe. I might be wrong. No, it does, right? It's not sync. It might be send, but it's not sync, right? Which means you can't share this across thread boundaries, right? Whereas once lock, you can. So once we should have gone the other way then, right? And then finally we have once cell. So that's going to be a string 3 once cell. Now this one is different. Really? Oh, it's in cell. I never use one cell. Okay, right. So we should be able to make a static. Can we? I don't think we can. No, we can't. So we could make a one cell in a thread local. That should work. Although at that point, I don't know why we would, but we can do that. And this one can be initialized once, right? Yeah, so it can be initialized once. So it would be a get or init with this one as well. So I think this thing could be a copy of this function, right? With string. We should call this thing 3 and this thing 2. And let's get rid of the with part. And that's the second one. And for the third one, we're going to use string 3. But then it's not get or init. Oh god, we have to do a with first. When would you use once lock? When would you use this thing? So it returns a static reference to something. Oh, we can make it but hang on. Yeah, it's static to the function. Interesting. So okay, this one will work, but I'm a little bit surprised about this. Do we get a new static? That can't be true, because one way of doing like one way of doing global unique identifiers is to just have an atomic U size, right? Or an atomic number as part of a function that is static. There's a common way to deal with this, right? But thank you for the follow, Evix. But I'm a little bit confused by this thing. I mean, yeah, we're not sharing this, but this... Well, since it's not sync, I guess this is fine. So we're just going to get a... Okay, no, this makes sense. Thank you, Google. Okay, the Google. Thank you, YouTube's. Much hearts to you too. I don't know... yeah, I'm a little bit uncertain of the use. I have never had to use once lock. I can't think of what I would use once lock for, right? Here they're doing a static cell. Why is that okay? Why is it okay to have a static cell once lock use size though? Oh no, hang on, that's once lock. Ugh, right. That's the difference, right? It's once cell that I'm looking at. Okay, once lock makes sense. Once cell it's not, right? Yeah, this one can't be static. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, that makes more sense. I was looking at the example for the wrong code, right? But okay, so to get back to, let's forget about one cell for a second. Okay, let's ignore that one for a second. These, if you need a static value or a global value, which is what you use lazy static for, right? You don't need that anymore. Use one of these, right? If it doesn't need to span across multiple threads, use thread local. And there you go, right? And you could very well put an RC ref cell in here. That's perfectly fine if you need like a global storage, okay? Which is, when you say the global variables are bad, that's generally... well, that depends on the situation, right? But global values aren't bad in Rust for the reason that you can do things like this, right? This is not complicated to deal with, right? What are you talking about? Say yes, we need one more day to decide. Ask when they can start. There we go. Does thread local require a standard library? I don't think so. If there is something in core called a local key, maybe not. Maybe it does. No, I don't think you can Chronix Dev. But if you don't have multiple threads, then just do whatever, right? But that is always undefined behavior to have multiple mutable reference to the same thing, right? So a global static mute is a dreadful idea, and it's going to be a compile error in 2024, right? In 2024 edition, right? Okay, Mira, back to this thing, right? No threads yet. So where were we, right? Yeah, so once lock or thread local. Use these two instead of lazy static, all right? I don't think one cell is actually part of this equation. Let's get rid of one cell here, right? Anyway, there you go. Oh, yes. Okay, right. So let's get away from this thing now and let's go back to this thing. Okay. So this one looks better now. So we have 10 retries, and if any of this thing fails, we're just gonna bail, right? It means we could never resolve the sync address. So we're giving this thing basically 1 second to retry. We can give it 2 seconds to retry, right? Hello, Polly. How you been? It's all good. Trying to stay. This is just making content for me, right? It's good. So yeah. I don't know if you can use once lock with core sync. there's no, yeah, you can't use any of that if you don't use standard library. Uni drained my life. Well, I'm happy to hear that you're doing university, and I'm hoping things are going well for you, Polly. Right? I hope things have leveled out and you feel like you're on solid ground. Okay, and that things are going well. Right? One cell showing can be written to once, implying it's const after later in it or something. Yeah, but you can't use one cell either. Or one cell maybe. No, you can't use any of these things. Actually, no, I didn't look at cell. I mean, you might just need an unsafe cell. I don't know what you're going to do. So it's really hard to say. It's really hard to say. Okay, but then what I would like to do is have this kind of timeout, right? And the question is, how are we going to build the timeout? We could just have... how should we build the timeout? So these two would simply become the same thing, which means we can get rid of you and you are just a catch-all there. And these ones are the ones that we're interested in. And then here we would resolve with retry again, and we would pass in the retry here. So what is it that you need to, if you don't, the thing is chronic step, if you don't have the standard library, you don't have a heap allocator anyway. So whatever you're going to put in your global can be const, right? Yeah, so then cargo new no heap, right? So if you don't have a heap, then what are you going to put in there, right? What is this thing and what is it going to be, right? You can just make a const function init glob here that's going to return something. It depends on like what you're going to put in there, right? Maybe you need to store some kind of memory, right? Has to be lazy. Can you show me the code? Because lazy init makes no sense without a heap. The only reason I can imagine you want lazy static is for that, right? Well, lazy init works as well, right? You can still do this. Right? This still works. Damn it. Wait, const, obviously. Sorry, I'm being silly. There you go, all right. But we can't have a static in here, really? A const variable cannot refer to a static variable. Gotcha. Interesting. CPU exceptions. Okay. CPU exceptions occur in various earnest situations. For example, when accessing an invalid memory address or when dividing by 0. To react to them, we have to set up an interrupt descriptor table. Okay, so far that's an array in my book that provides handler functions. At the end of this post, our kernel will be able to catch breakpoint exceptions and resume normal execution afterwards. This blog openly developed on GitHub. If you have any problems, okay, let's just get to the code, right? This blog is really good. It's like amazing. Interrupt descriptor table. Okay, I need to see the interrupt descriptor table for this thing. Okay, that's not even going to be possible with the next edition of Rust. So you might as well not do this. Okay. We could solve this using a static mute without arrows, but it's far from idiomatic. Static mutes are very prone to data races, so we need an unsafe block on each axis. Lazy static to the rescue. No. Set handler function. I need to know what this IDT looks like, though. Oh, where is this thing now? Here it is. Okay, so that's interrupt descriptor table. From the x86 crate. What's an entry? What's entry options? Okay, there is no reason why you shouldn't be able to construct this in a const function. The type parameter f defines the expected handler function type. But this one is not generic over anything. Handler function is something else, okay? This is const new, right? So you should be able to add, let's just do this. Cargo add x86. What's it called? x86 64. All right. So we want the interrupt descriptor table here, right? Right. Okay, so we need to have, well, then we can't have a main function then, right? We need to have no, STD for this thing. But anyway, let's see what we got here. Do you need to do something with this? I don't know how this works, right? So this thing is a const function, right? So we can copy this whole thing and do this, right? I don't know whether, all right, so we would have something like this, right? So you should be able to do this. Although then you can't have mute there. I don't remember all the stuff we have to put in here to run this with no stud. Oh, can we not even use this with okay, so we need to do this. What cargo nightly? There we go. Right. Yeah. News const before breakpoint set handler. We need identity to be mutable. Is that not a problem? I think it might be a problem, right? If we were to ignore all this and okay, fine. Let's just edit this out. If we have a const function here, no, doesn't seem to be a problem. You can have mutable values inside the const function. Hello, LinkB, how you doing? But set handler function needs to be const for this to work, though, right? So this one might not work, since this one is not const. So can we use a once cell without... We can. Hang on. This might be the solution then, right? So we could have something like a static cell. Or data or whatever we have, right? There's a one cell. Well, let's make it a string then, right? Although this can't be static. So, and it can't be thread local either, right? But it can it be in a const function? But then no. Then what would you use that for? And you shouldn't have to have a mutex involved in there either. And this one does not exist in core only. Yeah, I don't know, right? Working without the standard library is not something I've done much of before. I do wonder how you would solve this. Not the standard library's mutex is not a spin lock. The standard library mutex contains some sentinel value, and if I remember correctly now, yeah. So do you? Okay, but you have your own mutex in that case, right? Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Gotcha. All right. Honestly, I don't know what I would do with this thing, right? Yeah, for a single threaded, just booting up kind of thing, that makes sense, right? Because you don't have any other threads trying to access anything, right? But I think maybe lazy static actually have some comments about this. You could use lazy static. God damn it. You could still use lazy static. But hang on, how did we end up? There, I am confuddled. I would have thought this thing would have had some information about that. Yeah, I don't know. I guess, well, it's been around for a while. I guess maybe this is the way to go unless you write your own macro, but I'm unsure. All right. I'm unsure. Okay. Right. Sorry. Okay. So let's hop back into this thing though, right? Sorry, I can't answer your question, right? Yeah, but even if it's from 2018, it's still quite relevant because you can't even use the synchronization primitives I was suggesting, right? I didn't know you had no stud issue, but yeah. Hello, Grassham. Yeah, it's all good. How you doing? Any other? If it would have been a standard library simple situation, then I would have said, you know, what I said. But since there's no stud, it's difficult to say, right? We need to be able to track. We're gonna make a change to Binky. We need to be able to track our local agents, right? So let's have a function for tracking, and this thing should be able to track. Learn all practices first, right? Yeah. We need to be able to track the key. So I wonder if we should actually expose the agent key. And one of the things I want to do is get rid of the can we make the address in the send function a reference? The bridge key can be dereferenced. The recipient is a remote key. That can be dereferenced. Can it not? Then I guess the cloning here is the worst we're going to do. What are you talking about? Did I accidentally delete something? Yeah, I did. How did that happen? How did I accidentally delete the key function? What a strange thing to do. Okay, let's make this work. I am definitely in Discord. Maybe we could use a cow here. Yeah, so now we got rid of having to take ownership of the address. That's kind of a bonus for the local stuff. Have a good one, cat peasant. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is be able to track another address, a local one. So let's have a pop async function called track. And even though we want to track an address, in reality, we want to track a key. Track a local agent. You know what? I'm not going to bother writing that up. Let's see how much I broke. 485. I don't even have to read the error message. I know what's wrong. Almost done. There we go. All right. Okay. Yeah, I think I did the colored hello world on screen. Man, I have not touched any color this in a long time. No stud, no main. Yeah. So I guess you require nightly for this, right? Or maybe not. Do you require nightly for it to work? Okay. So we're going to match on the address here. And for now, we're going to return an error. Local only. There we go, right? That one is nightly, yeah. Okay, righty-tighty, then let's back. Here we go, all right? So if it's a local one, that's a key. Then we can do south.router context.track key await. And that should be sufficient. All right, and then who is tracking? That's going to be south.key. Now, do we want to use a sparse index here or not for a secondary map? That is my question. But I think we're going to make this very simple. We're going to just do a... Let's go and implement this function here, right? Let's just do this generate track method. And that's going to be the sender and then the target that we're tracking. It's going to return a result. Like so. There we go, right? Certainly jumping in on the deep end, though. If you're learning a language and you're going for something with no stud or no main or whatever, right? Depending on nightly as well. It's like this sort of ticking all the boxes of things I would avoid learning Rust, but it depends entirely. Like to each their own, right? That's just because I'm very unfamiliar with that world, right? Like I said, I've gone through parts of the Phil Optimus blog, and it's pretty good. But I have no experience building an OS or a kernel. Repr C, well, Repr C is not too uncommon, though, right? So what are we gonna do here? We're gonna do a we're gonna pass this message onto the router, tell it to track it, and we're gonna wait for the router to tell us that everything has gone okay, right? So we end up with TXRX pair here. And we use a zero bounded channel so we get an instant response, right? Bounded zero is a special one. A bounded queue with a maximum capacity of 0 will block senders until the receiver is available to take the value. You can imagine a rendezvous channel as a Glenick bridge style location at which the senders and receiver perform a handshake to transfer ownership of a value, right? But in our case, we're just saying wait here until the router is done with this operation. But this would be a fast operation, so it's not a real concern, right? And then we're going to do a router message track. Tracker is the sender and the target is the target. Then self.tx.send async the message. We're gonna wait that, and then we're gonna say that the TX RX or RX receive. Wait, no async, you muppet. I'll wait. So this thing is now gonna be a receive. It says unknown, but it should be inferred by this. But we'll get around that, right? We first have to make this thing. Okay, then. Done. Expected result. Oh, no, that's a receive error. Okay, so we'll do okay here. There we go, right? So now we just need to add this track function here, but we don't really have any means to do tracking. As a matter of fact, we don't have any means to clean up after we remove an agent either, right? Okay, so let's see. We're going to get rid of this code because we're done with the request. We're not going to allow for remote requests, all right? I'm going to have to go and top up my my iced tea shortly. And keep an eye on my device today. Okay, so let's go to our router. So we have this addresses hash map. We're gonna replace this with a try in the future, but it's gonna stay a hash map for now. And now we need to have these tracks, right? Tracked. And the simplest way we can express this is going to be with a hash map again. We'll implement this with a hash map, and then we're going to clean it up afterwards, right? So we are storing a... So what this would be in anathema terminology would be a secondary map, right? Where we can insert things, and this map belong... As a matter of fact, maybe we just implement a secondary map then. But let's not. We don't need to do that now, right? That's just a performance optimization that we can do later, right? So agent key and a vec of agent key. That's all we need here, right? That will suffice for now. So tracked is a hash map default now. Okay, so now we have to go through and deal with this stuff, right? So we're going to start by making a function, remove agent, that takes a mutable reference to self. This has to be an async function. And it's going to take the key, agent key here. And this could be problematic, maybe, because we have to borrow self mutably here. Well, the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna grab all the tracked addresses here, right? So self.tracked.remove key. That's one, right? We can start by just doing self.agents.remove the key here. That's one place to start. All right, what are you complaining about? Okay, so we have to make the agent key have a bunch of rubbish, okay? Like hash and equality, right? And this should be less concerning. Oh, really? Okay, well, we only need to do this now. And it's not really any harm in doing this. Slightly longer compile time, right? But that's about it, okay? Okay, so when we remove this thing, we can say if let sum tracked equals this. Now, we're going to have a vec of agents we need to notify that something has been removed, right? So tracked dot these are keys, right? So we have to do for agent in tracked let sum agent equal self dot agents dot get. That's a key, right? Yeah. Agent, else continue, right? Otherwise, the agent has already been removed. Agent.tx.send, async, in any message, right? Any message, agent removed, and which agent was removed? Well, it's this agent, this key. So this thing has to be an address local key. Oh, wait. And there's nothing we can do with the result if this thing fails, right? So this doesn't exist yet, so we have to generate this variant now. We don't have remote requests anymore. That's no longer relevant. And now we have to fill the match arms here. So if we have an agent removed, actually that does not have to be an address local. That should just be a key. We're just going to translate this agent key. Interesting that that wasn't available. Okay, anyway, let's fill this up. So this is now... what did I do with that thing? So this has to become an agent message. Okay, agent message. Agent removed, address, local key. So the public agents aren't allowed to know about agent keys by themselves. They can only know about addresses, right? Because we're trying to make this as transparent as possible, right? We're going to add this variant. And this thing, this thing needs to have agent removed. This is basically the same thing as we had before, so we can just copy this down here. It's just a distinction between a local and a remote, right? We don't care about that one. We don't care about that one. Okay, so now we can track agents that are removed, right? But we're not quite there. If we go to our router, we have this remove agent function here, right? But this one is actually never used, right? So we're going to see if we can call this function now, right? So anywhere where we go to remove an agent, somewhere we have to remove an agent, right? Here we go, right? So instead of doing this, we're going to do self.remove agent with the key. And we have to do this as part of the cleanup work. We have to wait there. Here we're just going to return. So we're trying to remove an empty agent, right? But that's it, right? That was the cleanup. That's all we needed to do. So now, if I go and track an agent, let's make a test for this thing, right? Async function track agent. Let's just grab all this code. So we have a router, we have agent A, well, agent F, okay, and B. And then we start off with, we start to run the router here. And then we are going to tell the agent A to track agent B, right? So router agent A dot track. Well, first we have to get the address that we're tracking. So A dot resolve. We can probably do a resolve local, right? Of because we haven't written a test for resolve local. Right? Address B. Await, and then unwrap. Track the address. Await, unwrap, and then here we just have to wait for a message. An incoming message, right? So A dot receive await unwrap, and here we're gonna say let agent message agent removed address is equal to that, else panic. And then here we can just make sure that we can do an assertion that the address is the same as the address that we sent to remove, right? And then get rid of all this. So now here we're going to say agent A is waiting for agent B to shut down, right? Now we just have to tell agent B to remove itself, right? How do we do that, right? Is there a remove? I think there's a remove one, right? Remote request. No, we don't have that, right? This remote request business has to go, right? Yeah, we have a remove agent. Which we could also do like a remove self, but I mean, there's no difference, right? Hello, Perkins. How you going? Do you feel influenced? Hello, Buffer. So right now, I'm working on so many things right now. I'm just updating a message sending library that we've written on stream, and I'm making some updates so we can use it with some Twitch chat stuff, right? Remove, we could do remove self and await that, right? Yeah, I guess we'll do that. So this thing would be It's quite convenient to do everything through this context now, right? Remove self key. Oh, wait. And then we generate this remove function. Oh, no. So for this thing, hello, James. How you doing? I don't know. I need to get the YouTube chat API involved in this as well, right? But we should be able to do it shortly. I say shortly. I don't know how long it will take, right? For those of you who weren't watching the stream yesterday, I gotta show you what we did yesterday for fake Ed. I think this one was really funny. If we just get rid of this thing. I'll tell you why it's funny in a second, but didn't we add like, so in Vim, that's not Vim, you have this line here. I'm pretty sure we had that line yesterday as well. So we just add this after this expand, right? So we'll add an H stack here. Actually, I want to see that. Why doesn't my brain work? There we go, right? So we're just going to have the text going template.aml plus, and then the bold be true because it's selected, right? And then we're going to have an expand, axis horizontally. And then we're going to have these numbers there, right? frog in the throat. We can do like 1330, right? That's fine, right? And then that one, and then finally we're gonna have like all in here, right? So it looks like this, right? But then we want to give this thing a factor of 10, right? Oh no, I need to set the background on it as well, right? So the text should be black, right? Foreground black. And background white. Is it white or is it gray, maybe? Fiddlesticks. Unterminated string. Okay. Yeah, all right. So I've written black 2 instead of that. There you go, right? So those handful of lines of code, we can produce this fake-looking editor where we can scroll the text. I just thought it was funny. All right, I thought it was funny. We also had this like weird ass thing that was just following the mouse around, but let's not do that, right? Aston Zero, thank you for the follow. Right, I need to go and grab some tea, right? That was just let's just implement this thing first, and then we'll add some tea. Is there a remove agent already? Yeah, there is. Right, remove agent key. And then we're just going to do self dot, no, yes, maybe, I don't know, send async. Like that. Okay, so we can now remove an agent. But let's see if the test is completely florped. All right. There's no resolve local. No, there's resolve remote. Yeah, why did I think there was a resolve local? Oh, you fiddlestick. I guess track could take ownership, right? No, it's gonna still be super annoying if we do that. Let agent. Okay, hang on. What? 573. What are you talking about? Right? Type must be done at Receive returns a result of an agent message. What the flip, right? What the flip? Why is this thing failing? Oh, right. Okay, so we need to give it a type, right? That makes sense. All right, but this did not succeed, right? Oh, no, this is a different story, right? Agent removed. No. There we go, right? Almost puked. This morning, I bloody well wrote off my legs. So I've been skipping leg day for about 2 years, and now I do 5 days a week leg day. Or rather, I have legs 5 days a week. So today's Thursday. Today was quads, leg extensions with 20 to 30 reps. Calves, which is calf raises on a Smith machine with like a block. So you put your feet on a block and then you push yourself up, right? You know what calf raises are, right? So first, I rose off my legs and then I destroyed my calves following that. Tricep overhead extensions, or rather skull crushes. Skull crushes, but more like almost like a narrow grip with an easy curl bar, right? A narrow grip bench press almost, right? So not back like this, but further down and straight up. And then we had chest flies and finished off with some shoulder pulls, right? I hate squats. Squats makes me feel angry. Like squatting is squatting, deadlift, good mornings with a crowbar, with a barbell. These things I kind of have like bad form, and I have really short tendons, so I can't touch my toes, right? So it's really difficult for me to do these things without arching my back, right? Without curving my back, which is, Now I get you, man. I don't love it, man. I don't love it. But today's workout was good. And I had some extra time after my workout, so I actually drove to another gym just to check it out. So I went to the gym. I was there at 5 a.m, did my workout, got in the car, drove to another gym just to see what the mood was there early in the morning. And there was like 2 people there, and I was thinking maybe I'm gonna work out at that gym next time. Next time being tomorrow. You know what we're doing tomorrow? Tomorrow is only a 4 workout days: glutes, hams, back, and biceps. So we have hip thrust, everyone's favorite. Barbell good morning, that's the one I don't love. Pull-ups for the back, and spider curls. All right. For me, it's the morning thing. What, the good mornings or what? Or just what the morning thing? What? It's really an addiction, right? I wish I could say that I do work out now to stay fit, and I want to be young. But in reality, if I don't work out, I'm obsessing about workout all the time. I talk about workout with my wife all the time, and she's fed up. And she does workout almost every day, and she doesn't want to listen to me. And if I don't get to work out, I feel unhappy, right? It's very disturbing, right? Yeah. I mean, absolutely. I could not go and work out. I've done workouts in the evenings a couple of times, and I cannot do it. It is just not on the menu for me. I'm already spent. I'm miserable from the day. It's all bad. Actually, no addiction is good to have, but I'd rather be addicted to the gym than to heroin, right? So there's a silver lining, right? Gym, heroin, right? Okay, that works. We can now track agents. So that means that we could. Well, we need a timeout. We need to add a timeout to this thing, right? Everything in moderation, right? Like you don't have to go 5 days a week or whatever. And my workout is pretty short, right? There's an alternating 5 and 4 exercises every day, right? 5 days a week. So Wednesday and Sunday? No. Yes, maybe. Yeah, Wednesdays and Sundays are rest days, right? But this is a brand new program with so much stuff in it that I don't have the form for. So the first couple of weeks is just going to be about building forms, nothing else, right? Do I wear a tank top when I go to the gym? Like those really thin one, right? Should we see if we can find a gym bro? I reckon if we search for a gym bro, we're going to find exactly what you're talking about, right? There you go, right? Like that. You gotta wear one. Gold gym, that's the Arnold gym, right? You're gonna wear that at the gym. Possibly that, okay? But there's the ones that's like really thin. It's just a strand, okay? Gym bros, man. I'm loving this, that this is what you get when you search for gym bros, okay? Tank tops galore. No, I don't use that. I wear pretty much what I'm wearing now, but it's a little bit slightly different material, right? I would never wear that in the gym. Not that I think there's anything wrong with it, but I don't really have the supporting body for that, right? I'm a pretty skinny dude, right? With a belly, okay? I'm not gonna wear those like the thin threads where you can see the shoulders, right? Well, get the pump, man. Ugh! Beefcake! This is what we're going for. This is what we're going for, man. Beefcake! Beefcake. Just take weight gain 4,000 and do no exercise, man. So a sad story. A friend of mine died a long time ago, right? This is not a new story or a new thing, right? So don't have to say sorry for your loss. It's not. All right. A friend of mine died. Before he died, he did a lot of things he shouldn't do. And one of them, I hadn't seen him for a while, and I went and saw him, and he was huge. Like he was really big, and he was doing steroids without going to the gym, right? It just blew my mind. And like, how did you get there, right? Big neck and everything. Doing steroids without going to the gym. The sad reality of steroids, man. He died, unsurprisingly. If you live on a chemical cocktail, you're shortening your life expectancy, right? And this is what's so really sad. If you look at any fitness influencer, I'm willing to bet you that most of these people, well, these are girls, okay, but like this is not necessarily a natural build, right? Like, look at these muscles, right? This guy could be natty, okay? I'm not saying he isn't, but a lot of these influencer dudes that you see, right? They're on loads of drugs, all right? So following their workout program is just completely disturbing, right? There's a couple of them out there. There's like, what's his name? Jeff Nippert. And this is girls, right? I'm gonna bookmark this for later. But there's like Jeff Nippert and some Canadian dude that are supposedly not doing. I don't think they are, right? But the disturbing thing is like, oh, you gotta eat your carbs, gotta take your protein, you gotta take your PEDs. What? But it's that Renaissance dude, right? He even said so. Like, how do you get these results? A lot of workout, a lot of drugs, right? And it's really sad that people think that's how you should look, right? And one thing that really bothers me is the sport of bodybuilding. I'd say sport of bodybuilding, right? It's obviously a sport, but it kind of isn't a sport it's the one sport that encourages drug abuse, right? Like, come on, man. During my me time, yeah, I'm gonna look at fitness girls. It's for a project. No, there's a very different thing between being like looking muscular and being able to. If you look at like the strong man, right? These dudes look like they pound a lot of cake, man. There's like this is not a small gut, right? These aren't shredded people, right? But they're just crazy strong. Okay, I mean, there's obviously a lot of muscles in there, right? But it's not a gym bod, is it? All right. This is if you wanna be strong, okay? That's one thing. And then you got the which one of you was it who called it disco muscles, right? I thought that was a really good phrase. They're just muscles for show. I thought that was really fun, right? Yeah, it is chronic, but the fact that it encourages drugs, right? Is so disturbing, right? It's the one sport like Lance Armstrong. Just get into bodybuilding, man. You'll be all right at home, right? You're never gonna live that one down. 6'9", really? Yeah, yeah. They're not the influencers, are they? They can actually carry things with their muscles. Oh man, I cannot keep track of these cycles, right? I try to eat healthy, right? So I've limited my daily intake of cheeseburgers to 19 instead of 23 that I had before. The most disco muscle is bicep. You do some curls for the girls before going out. But like, so have you guys noticed this, right? Those of you who are seasoned lifters, right? You go to the gym, you work out, you get the pump, and it feels so damn good, right? Like it feels like you can't fit in your skin anymore, okay? Then you get in your car, on your bike, or you walk home or whatever, right? You get home, you sit down on the sofa, you have gym brain, so nothing works. You don't understand anything, right? The cat's peeing on the floor, the kids crying, the wife screaming at you. You just sit there being like, all right, everything's pretty good here, man. I have no idea what that red thing is. Fire. Don't worry about it, right? And then it's all gone, all right? The pump goes away, the clarity comes back, and like, now I have to go to the gym again to get this drug, right? I gotta get the endorphins. I gotta get the pump, right? It's disturbing, right? 19 burgers is pretty good, right? Oh man, mad props to the competitive eater dude that we watched on stream the other day, right? Oh, beard meets food, or was it beard versus food? I don't remember, right? But the shows are literally almost dead by how extreme the. Oh yeah. Like the funny thing is that you're the weakest at your competition, right? Isn't that what the saying is, right? Post pump clarity, as opposed to post nut clarity. But it's post pump haze, right? And that's the thing, though, right? You go and lift at the gym, right? And at the gym, the lights all in the ceiling, okay? So you see all the muscles, all the veins and everything if you have that stuff. I don't, right? There's no veins to be seen here. I mean, you can see the veins, but they're not popping, right? And then you do all that stuff, and then you get home and like everyday life, and the pump goes away, and then it's like, I looked better half an hour ago. What happened, right? Are we going to talk about using outside shoes in the gym again? No, I just think that everyone who wears their outdoor shoes in the gym, I think that they are a little bit sketchy, okay? Because you step in a lot of shit, possibly literally, right? On your way to the gym, and then you go inside, you use like the leg, maybe you use a weight to do your calf raises, right? You put a weight on the floor, you do your calf raise on that thing. So you like stand there rubbing your dog shit shoes against the weight, and then someone else gonna go and pick that up with their hands, right? And then wipe the sweat out of their face or whatever, right? And just smearing dog shit. You're a dog shit transfer agent when you wear your outdoor shoes inside the gym, okay? Dog shit transfer agent, or a DTA, okay? I used to donate blood with popping veins. So many nurses are into that for medical reasons. Just tattoo a shunt in there as well. It's probably all in ass sweat anyway. Dog shit's not that different. Yes, it is very different. The ass sweat we can pretend to ignore. I mean, you clearly wipe down your station when you're done, right? Right? Okay? You get a rag, and you wipe it down, or you bring a towel to the gym and you put that on the seat. Okay, don't be gross. You know what? It is really disturbing. When I went this morning, there were lots of empty bottles. Someone had even left their headphones on the floor, and I'm thinking, how do you forget your headphones and not come back for them? Right? They were just lying there on the floor, and I was the first guy in the gym this morning. So someone obviously went home. And at what point did he go, where's my headphones? And they just gave up. Like, now, I just buy a new pair. Headphones are cheap, right? Dog shit's not that different. Come on, man. All right. What would you rather put up with? Someone flicking a bit of sweat in your face, which is gross, or someone throwing a piece of dog shit in your face, okay? I think we all take the gross sweat any day of the week, right? Gross sweat or nothing, right? The workout high made them forget. I mean, look, that might very well be, right? Sometimes I feel like I shouldn't drive a car because I'm so out of it, right? I was waiting for the wife once, and she was waiting for me. So I was just spending every bit of energy I had on the cable machine doing curls, right? Curls for the girls, and flexing for the wife, right? And then at that point, like in the end, I was like, there's not, like, my arms can't move. Are you not done soon? And she's like, I'm waiting for you, right? And I drove the car home, and I was very like, right? What does the dog look like, right? Yeah, that's an important question, right? Okay, so we are missing one more feature, right? We're gonna tick this off though, right? Because we've kind of done this. And then we're gonna get to the tweet. We want the timeout thing, right? How should we do the timeout for Pinky? How should we do the timeout? So we could send a message. We can have like a timeout, almost like a timer wheel. But let's not do that. We could simulate a timeout by just spawning a timer. Doing this. Like doing the retry. Oh, Cap Hassan is gone. He's in Basingstoke now, hanging out. Okay. Come on, brain. Should we just simulate a timeout for now? How would we do that? We would do a Tokyo spawn. And then we would loop in here, and we could just send a message to the agent, right? Oh man, I won't even touch intermittent fasting. So some people argue that it's perfectly fine, perfectly safe. There's also an article about intermittent fasting, like the dangers of intermittent fasting as well, right? 8-hour time restricted eating linked to 91% risk of cardiovascular death. Oh, very dramatic. Que dramatico, right? Matar, right? But honestly, I haven't read this stuff, right? I just read the headlines like everyone else. And there may or may not be any validity to this thing, right? But since I have no interest in fasting, I don't care, right? But when it comes to the diet stuff, right? Why do anything other than either being in a surplus or a deficit, right? Or a maintenance? Why do any of the other things? Right? What does intermittent fasting do diet-wise that just counting your macros wouldn't, right? Honest question. I don't know, right? I don't know. To me, it's just keep track of your numbers and you'll be fine, right? Living on 800 calories is actually really easy for me because I forget to eat. I had 800 calories for almost the whole day, 900 calories on, I think it was on Sunday, right? Yogurt, fruit, a bit of cashews. That was my breakfast. And for lunch, I had tuna on rice cakes. And that was my lunch. And then I didn't eat anything else that day, right? Really, really awful, right? I laid off the snacks though, and I'm not struggling. I find getting real snacks wasn't a problem, and I never thought that. Woohoo for you then, right? But I always think that these substitutes are just keeping the snacks alive, right? Like the snack craving going, right? Just get rid of it, right? I mean, this is not advice to you. This is more my thinking, right? Okay, so we're gonna do a retry here with some jitter. And we're gonna do this with a duration from seconds. And we want to do 5 minutes. So we're going to do 60 times 5. But we're not going to do that. We're going to do this. 4 times 60 times plus 50, right? So 4 times plus 50. And then we're going to add some jitter here. And how does this jitter function work, right? Let's just get rid of this thing, right? So we're adding milliseconds, right? So 0 to 10 seconds to our jitter. That's probably quite decent. So we're just going to go 0 to 10,000, right? Do we call this jitter or jitter MS, right? I think it's jitter MS, and that's our sleep time, right? Although we should probably add the jitter every time. The secret to weight loss is calorie deficit. I mean, you're not wrong, Chronic Steph. That's it, right? But I tell you why though, because of stupid things like Instagram and people sitting there looking at like men and women who are completely shredded and they live their life like that, right? I bet you guys don't know anyone who has like a permanent six pack, right? So they're like maybe like the one extreme person that's gonna go through some, but still, no, I don't think they keep it permanent, right? If you want to lose weight, eat less. That's it, right? That's the money. Yeah, the slightly different thing to this is what you eat, right? But yeah, a well balance of calories, carbs, fat, and protein, right? And depending on what you're doing, right? With the protein, right? But yeah, Diet Docs and Sky Sanctuary is peak video game music. Yeah, modern video games don't really have much. There's just background noise these days, isn't it? Right? Yes, but you're right, Chronic Step. It's just this, right? Be in a deficit and you're fine, right? Just figure out how to put up with it, right? I think any kind of diet that involves self-punishment, right? Like starving yourself, which is terrible, is not sustainable. It's not sustainable. It's really, really bad, right? Okay, so we want this kind of like, how do we make a forever retry? We could do a retry counter forever, right? Forever, and now we have a forever retry. A forever retry with a duration, and then we just adjust the jitter every time, right? But the question to ask, okay, the question to ask that I ask myself when it comes to eating is, why do I eat? Why am I eating, right? And it used to be because I feel a bit miserable and eating makes me happy, right? Because eating releases endorphins, right? But it becomes a choice between eating and feeling instant gratification, or eating and having like a slow burn of contentness, right? So for me, that was. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about me now, right? How I work and how I think, right? But yeah, it's really not that easy though, right? It's really not that easy. Okay, so let's call this Binky retry instead. So let's get rid of the retry from here. Where are you, retry? Why can't I find retry? There it is. There you are, right? You little sneak. That's a block, not a closure. And then Binky retry. That's gonna be our sleepy, right? I know, Modprog. I know. I had a rant about this. People using the outdoor shoes in the gym, right? I want to be able to touch the surfaces in the gym. Crocs, man. Crocs in the gym and you want, right? Now, that's gross, man. I don't want you to work out in the same gym as me if you're wearing your outdoor shoes in the gym, okay? I want to be able to eat the equipment without getting herpes. Now, sort yourself out. Clean yourself up, you know. All right, so we're going to make this thing mutable. So we're going to set the duration. I use my high heel shoes. Yeah, that sounds like a joke, but I'm guessing you mean lift the shoes, which has like a sole that is like a wedge. Put condoms over your shoes. My outdoor shoes and my indoor shoes are the same brand and make, so it's like very strange. I go to the gym and then I put on exactly the same looking shoes, right? I guess that's because they have like the wedge sole, right? Speaking of which, like, is there like a portable wedge for calves workout? That's what we need. Like we need. Yeah, there you go. Right, this is what I need. Where can I get one of these? Or just this? Oh man, this look at the industrial looking thing, man. What bullshit, right? But I just need something that fits in my bag. But this could work. Yeah, I want it for the calves, not for forget squatting, man. I can't squat for shit. All right. Anyway, all right, enough gym talk, right? It's called stairs. Oh my god. Okay. No context. Let's do it. Versus how much cake you can shove in your face, right? Want to know something interesting? When exercising to lose weight, you lose the weight literally through your breath, exhaling it. Really? Yeah, exercising to lose weight doesn't make sense to me either, right? That's like, so how much is a McDonald's meal, right? Okay, we're going to move away from this topic, but let's just have a quick, how many calories, good spelling, calories in a Big Mac, all right? Oh my God. A Big Mac contains 540 calories, okay? Do you know how long you have to lift weights to lose 540 calories? Probably about an hour, right? An hour of weightlifting might cost you 540 calories, okay? Working out to lose weight makes no sense. The weight is lost in the kitchen, right? You work out for other reasons, right? Healthy or whatever, but for losing weight, it doesn't make an awful lot of sense to work out, right? Condoms are fair game, but finger food can't touch that. Ample, yeah. Okay, so let's do sleepy.jitter 0 to 10,000 dot sleep. Jitter milliseconds, right? Oh, really? Okay, well, we'll make this public then, right? Oh, balls. I wish this was copy, right? Can we make this copy? We could, If we make a retry, so we shouldn't call it a retry first of all. So we can make a copy if we change the range to a unit instead. All right, then we can make this copy and clone, and we can make this thing copy and clone. There we go. Right, mismatch type, bleep you, right? Start and range, and there we go. So we can still use the range, all right? Hello, Prevan, how you doing? You do, Prevan. You've been gone for way too long, right? Just breathe more. Breathe like you're getting paid for it, right? What are you wearing? Too complicated. Fair enough. Clip that. Don't clip it. Enjoy it live, man. Don't clip me being a dingus. I almost said something else. Shush. Oh no, I'm not debating the truthiness of it, right? But I'm saying in general, like if you're going for weight loss, then maybe cardio, but working out to balance what you eat is an impossible task, right? Like I said, are you gonna go for a run? You eat one cheeseburger and then go for a run to try to sort of like 0 calorie? That makes no sense, right? Everything is done in the kitchen, right? Okay, but I think we have what we need now. All right, so we're gonna move away from the workout conversation because I think that it's not like we can talk about it in the morning, but it's not like super interesting to people. I see the look on your face, right? Hello, Enrico, how you doing? Busy DIY day. Well, share some pictures, right? Time for your run. Enjoy. Good work. And then after our sleepy sleep, we're gonna do... We need an agent here. We can have a sleeper agent. So we're gonna send to... let's make the sleeper agent, right? So here's our agent. Here's a message. Here's a retry. And then we are going to... We're going to make a sleeper agent from our current agent. So new agent. Now, do we have to give this thing an address? Wait, how did I end up there? There we go, right? We have to give it an address, but I wonder if we could skip that. You got 3D printed hooks. Let's have a look what you got. Oh man, you're very busy. Oh, that's nice. Although it does look like if you take it out fast enough, those shoes are gonna go flying. But that's pretty good. That's a pretty nice solution. I like it. So we have to give it an address, but I don't want to give it an address. What should we do? I don't make content good enough, Prevan. Wait until I release something. Then we can start pimping my ass. That did not come out right. So we have to give this an address, and I don't want to. But I guess we could. You can release my heart. Well, we're very close to release Anathema. Binky is quickly moving into a usable state. And I think we're very close to releasing things, right? Or did it? Okay, so we're gonna make a new agent. We have to give it an address and a capacity. So we set the capacity to none. I guess we could just give it an empty unit as an address. So then we can get our own address here by telling our agent to give us the address. And now we can send to the address a unit, right? What do you mean new agent? Oh, no, it's just called agent, not new agent. Right? Oh, we have to await this thing. Mismatch type. All right, yeah, we got to pass a reference. Okay. That's pretty good. Right. So, it's a little bit naff, but we got this timer agent running now. So we could now bring this in. Receive has to take a type. So we're just going to do that. And there's no timeout. But if we get a value like that, then we can send it, right? All right, so it's going to be a value. We don't care about the sender. Not that we care about the value either. So, but it makes it a little bit more obvious, doesn't it? It's coming from the future, right? So when we call agent, because this is an async function that returns a result. This in reality is a function that looks like this. Right? So when we resolve the future, we get the result. And here we can use a question mark because there's nothing else that we can do if this thing fails. Fixed by typos, man. Is there a way to add default features for crates in cargo, like for 30? I always forget to add the arrive and then had to add it later. No, is the answer, I think. You have a meme for me, all right? Let's have a look. Why is this thing so knackered? All right, there we go. Users really want this feature. Be honest, it's highly requested. By who? See, thank you. All right. You should post this in the meme channel. I love the meme channel. The meme channel is such a treasure trove for me. Every time I have to do something, like sit in the car or whatever while I'm driving, I could just go in the meme channel and read, look at the memes to my heart's content. I don't know. I don't know how I would have changed the design, Enrico. I don't know if there is a way to change the design, but it really does look like the shoes are going. If you take it out too fast, the shoes are gonna go flying, right? I mean, obviously you don't have to be violent when you pull it out, but it's cool though, right? What do you do when you're driving, Modprog? Look at the road, nerd. All right, so we need to make you mute bubbles, and that's it, right? So now this entire function has shrunky donkey. Not only has it shrunk, but it's also incredibly cool. Oh, wait, I broke something, didn't I? Right, so we are going to write some docs here, right? So this one is going to be our timer agent, and this thing here is message sent by timer agent, right? If the sync was removed, we can't send anymore, so resolve the sync address or exit the function. So this thing will just keep retrying until we can't anymore, right? This is pretty good, right? You can't pull it that fast. I want some kind of explosive exit of the shoe, right? I want to open the thing, and when you go past a certain point, it's like a spring-loaded drawer, like they just go flying out and just rip you to shreds. That's how I want to. I want to live in the constant danger from shoes. Our shoes are at nose level. What? How short are you? I'm not judging, but that's like a belly button level, maybe. Not at nose level, right? I like it, man. I think that's really cool. Yeah, there you go, man. Okay, well, why don't we run this code then and see if it works, right? Well, it doesn't. Okay, so whose fault is that? Damn it. Okay. So we need to wait until we receive, then we can send a message to the sync. Okay, let's try. What do we get here, right? I don't think that worked. I wonder if this thing is wrong. It just seemed to do this awfully fast, right? What does this sleepy thing do? Oh yeah, that's the that's the whole thing. Let's just break there for a second so we can see what actually comes out of that. Okay, there you go, right? Oh, look at that. We got a ping pong as well, right? That's pretty good. But this thing doesn't seem to work. So sleep is supposed to... Okay, let's just see how long we're going to sleep for, right? Did we say that this thing should sleep forever? I think we are not gonna take anything in there, right? And then can we change the sleep to no sleep? I think that's better. So this thing is now broken. That's a little bit more sensible. And then we're going to have a function setting the forever. Retries. There we go, right? So we're just going to call retry forever. Okay, I think that's pretty good. That's pretty good. But why is this thing not sleeping forever, right? Well, now I told it to break, but we keep getting this... Oh. I guess because we never called forever. That's why. Okay, there we go, right? We're getting a ping pong thing from Twitch there, right? So we're doing Twitch now. We've added features to Binky. Okay, now we need to listen to topics from Twitch, right? So let's make a listen happen. What? I'm gonna save these memes for later, Enrico. Okay, so we're doing this thing forever. But that was, this is a little bit confusing. All right, this should go back to flopping out now. Yeah. Why are we getting an okay here? Where does the result? Well, I guess we're not really. This could totally be a result. Yeah, I think we're gonna make this into a result instead of a unit. So this is just okay, and then here this will be an error. No retry, which we now need to add. No, that's not what I want to do. So what's the and we should probably not call it retry anymore. We should call it like a timeout, right? Or a timer. No more retries. Okay, and then we do the same thing here. right? And here, all we do is this. That's pretty good. That's way better than having the again thing. Thank you, Red Aguerda. Yeah, do you got some Rust work? Let's talk, right? Let's change this to a timeout instead, and let's change the retry to timeout. Look at that! Look at that beautiful bunny next to your message. Now I'm petting. Do you hear this? That's me petting my my case with my bone inducing headphones. Right. I'm a consultant. Right. All right. At least I mean I don't know if we can call me a consultant anymore. Right. But I was right. Sounds like someone is locked in your vault. Right. Well, there is not. It's bone phones, right? It's beautiful bone phones. Yeah, bone phones. You like my bone phones? Do you show me your bone? Did you like that? Did you like my little bone? Give it a little wiggle. I can tell you about them, all right? They're really awful. They're really awful to use for the sound quality, right? The sound quality is nowhere near as good as in-ear headphones or over-the-ear headphones, right? And they intentionally, I guess, don't block out any noise, which is fine. The bonus is that they do not cause ear infection. Okay, and that's a pretty big win for me. So if you don't suffer from ear infection, I don't see any reason why anyone would buy bone phones, right? I just don't, right? But I really like them, and I use them. I can use them as much as I want, right? They don't have an impact on my hearing or my ears the same way these things or in-ear earbuds are, right? Bright red. Now these are Black Shocks Mini. Hello, Nerdash. How are you going? Good for swimming. So these are the Shocks Mini. All right, and they come in this ridiculous little case. And if you got long hair, they suck, right? But there you go, right? You just put them on like this. They don't actually go in the ear, just side. Look at all the gray now. They just go on the side of your head, and you can hear your environment for better or for worse, right? They're not uncomfortable to wear, and the battery life is just any other thing, I guess, right? It's Shocks. Can I watch YouTube videos with them? I do, right? I even fall asleep with these things sometimes, right? So audiobooks and stuff like that is fine. There's obviously, you're going to feel like you have something on the side of your head, right? So it's not like you don't know that they're there. And if you're laying down on a pillow, you might feel them as well, right? Audio quality is nothing comparable to these. Like, they're not even in the same ballpark, right? The audio quality, this depends a lot on how you wear them, right? If you get them on just right, then the audio quality isn't terrible, but they are predominantly a necessity for your situation before they're about audio quality. The audio quality is nothing compared to good headphones, right? I have these DT1990, amazing headphones. I have Sony XM5 in-ear headphones. I have Beats Sport in-ear. Those are by far my favorite for workout. And I have these ones. And these ones are absolute rubbish. They're not even in the same ballpark, right? The audio quality is just not comparable, right? Is it worse than 99-cent in-ear headphones? Maybe, right? I mean, so first of all, you should definitely try them, because I think that different people, different shapes of your head is gonna affect the sound, right? But these are necessity before sound quality, okay? If I didn't have to wear these because I get like an ear infection, if I have anything in my ear for any amount of time, right? Sweat and all these things, right? And I clean my headphones, all of them, a lot, right? And yes, I make sure to rinse off all the alcohol, turpentine, and petrol that I use to clean them with, right? This is only because of necessity, no other reason. I would not recommend these as headphones for anything. If you want headphones because you want to go running and you want to hear your surrounding, then just have noise cancelling headphones that has the microphones where you can reverse it, right? So you hear everything instead, right? The audio quality is just trash on these things compared to, right? So I'm saying trash, right? I really want to put emphasis on. I don't think you should buy these thinking that they're gonna come close to good headphones, right, or even near there, right? But again, they are a completely different way of delivering the audio, right? They do through vibrations, and they have these tiny little speakers facing inwards towards your ear as well, which produces sound, right? How are the highs and lows? So again, it depends entirely on how you wear them, right? Sometimes if you get them right, they sound okay, but you're going to move your head. You're going to move your head when you're running. You're going to move your head. You move your jawbone when you're talking, which impacts the position of these things, right? Yeah, I use them as a headset when I'm chatting to people as well. They're not like GSM quality on the sound, right? It is legible, but if you're someone who puts the quality of the sound before anything else, then these are not for you, right? My wife doesn't like any of the headphones we've had, which is why I have so many headphones now, right? She doesn't like the only headphones she likes are the Bose Air Free. Is that the one? Bose Air Free. Probably not Bose Air Free, but these ones. These are the only ones that she likes. They have everything is right for her with these ones. She did not like the XM5 buds, right? Even though these are crazy good, right? I think these are really nice. She does not like these ones. She has the XM4s and she loves those, but not the buds. She doesn't like the other ones. I have the Beats Sport. These ones. I love these. They slot over your ear. They're not going to fall off when you go running. I mean, I'd say this is good. I mean, how much audio awareness do you need when you run, okay? Are you like worried that someone's going to stealthily sneak up to you, whack you over the head and take your shit? Then don't wear that. But if you're worried about not hearing cars, yeah, right? You hear cars, right? Does it sound metallic? So this is the thing that's going to be difficult to talk about, right? What does it sound like? So some people have said that this sounds like you're listening through the music through a can. I don't think so. The audio is, you can hear the audio. I'm just saying what is good and what is bad is very different from person to person. What do you accept, right? Let's see what you got here, right? If this is a doner kebab, man, is the mic bad? All right, hang on. All right. Yeah. No, it doesn't sound like that. Hello, Rithel. How you going? Let me see if I can find like an audio example. Audio example of bone conducting headphones. All right. Let me see if I can find anything. But this is me listening to the audio through here. Right. If you're sitting there with your PC speakers now, it's going to get even worse. Right. Oh, there's something called aftershocks as well. I didn't know that. So these are the Shocks Sport Mini. Avoid these bone conducting headphones. I don't think you can reproduce an audio example, right? What? Okay, I don't want to hear anything. I just want to see what this is. What's going on here? How do you attach these? Oh, really? What? What is this bullshit? Wait, what? Is this like a joke? This is a joke, right? Who wants to glue a magnet to the head, right? Yeah, I think like your best bet is gonna be go to a store and ask to try them out, right? Like I think it's acceptable, right? But if you're an audiophile or you really care about the quality, then you're not gonna find them acceptable at all, right? Okay, so we have now we've done this thing. We're supposed to subscribe now to some kind of thing. Well, that is the thing, right? Bean juice. I can't answer. To me, it's like I said, it's a necessity, right? Either I have these or I don't have music. Okay, so either if your choice is some kind of $5 Bluetooth speaker. Let's go with cheap Bluetooth speaker, right? I'm sure you've heard these like little round crap speakers, right? Things like this, whatever this is, right? I'm sure you've heard the audio on these things and you know how rubbish they are. But if it's between this and nothing, then it's going to be this for me, right? I don't have a choice. If I didn't have to make the choice, I would 100% not recommend these. I would just go with in-ear or over-the-ear headphones because the audio quality is so much better, right? And I want noise cancelling because I don't want people to have conversations with me when I'm working out, for instance. That does not please me. I think no one can say what is acceptable and describe that without having some kind of reference, right? I don't think so. What does bone conducting headphones sound like? I was kind of hoping that someone would have done some. No, this is just the same bullshit ever. Like search engines are fucking dead, man. It's just crap now. Yeah, just go into the shops and try them out, right? It doesn't take long, and you'll see if it's acceptable, right? But why would you want them, right? Hello, Big N. How you going? What would be your reason for getting bone phones, right? If your reason is you want to because they seem cool, then fine. But the audio quality is worse, right? If it's I can't deal with another ear infection, then I'm right there with you, right? I get it, right? But if you don't have a real reason, then I wouldn't recommend them, right? Okay, so we got this thing, right? They're still great underwater. Doesn't matter if you get water in your ear. You should probably want. So I don't know. I don't know what the water resistance of these are. Whenever I'm swimming, it's usually with other people, and it's more for fun than workout, right? So I don't wear headphones when I'm swimming. Safety. I have worked out plenty What a lie. I have been outside plenty with headphones and I have not been run over by a car. This is a really, really stupid argument that I'm making now, just so you know, right? I don't think I would go with bone phones anyway, right? You have plenty of noise cancelling headphones that has the reverse, where you can turn on the microphones to get the outside, right? There are plenty of those out there, way better audio quality than this. I don't think hearing the cars when you're crossing the roads, I don't think that's relevant, right? I mean, you're not running with your eyes closed, okay? I don't know what kind of audio awareness you need that you don't get from normal headphones, right? And you, like I said, if you're gonna cross a road, if you're just running alongside the road, then suddenly turn around and run across the road and you get hit by a car, then you're an idiot, all right? You stop and you look. I mean, this is literally the first thing you learn as a child when you're walking. Look both ways. Like, that's the first thing you learn, okay? You cannot have forgotten that by now. This is a sample. All right. No. No. The bass is way too good. The bass feels like it's in a maybe. Okay, hang on. Let me see if I can play this through my microphone with some monitors. Right. I'm gonna get done by YouTube for some DMCA bullshit now. Let me see if I can do this. All right. Okay, let's turn these on. Battery 100%. Okay, let's play some music. Okay. Let's see if this is even doable. No, this sounds way too good. Yeah. I don't think you got the they do not sound that good. Okay. Let me see if I can get this on and try to explain the sound here. Especially snare drums sounds bad. They sound a bit like they're in a box. Man, what a fucking good song. Yeah. The better and worse spots. I don't know why I'm shouting. I got the audio up here a bit loud, right? They're also very quiet, right? I think that the bass is just really bad compared to everything else. Like, the bass feels like super weak. It feels like you're listening to, like, all the bass frequencies are coming through a cardboard box or whatever, right? Almost the same as when you ask someone for help and the thing you were having problem with not something works. Yeah. This is As We Speak by Soilwork, and I wish I could play the song for you guys because it's pretty good, but I cannot. YouTube will cancel me. Walk, yeah, it's a decent song. The highs are good. Yeah, I guess the high frequencies are okay, but you still know. Honestly, dude, I can't say this. Express this in any good way, right? I can tell you that example sounded way too good for what it's like, right? Just go into a shop and try them out, right? You can literally return them, right? Buy them and return them. If you live in Europe with decent whatever, right? Then you can just buy them and return them if they don't work, right? you are like there is no reason to buy these unless you have ear infection or apparently you like to go swimming with music, right? I see no other reason to buy these. None whatsoever. All right. To me, this is a lifesaver, right? I get to listen to music again when I'm doing things, walking around the house. I use them when I'm chatting on the phone and everything, but that's because I don't have a choice. Okay. I would, at the drop of a hat, swap this out for my Beats any day of the week. Make it a trend. We don't need this as a trend. It's a dumb trend. Okay, so we need to fire off a listen once we get here. So we're gonna do this on the connect function, right? We're talking about the Shocks Sport Mini. Is it Sport they call? Open Run. That's these ones, right? So these ones, the one I'm wearing now, they're bone phones, right? And they are absolute garbage compared to good in-ear headphones, earbuds, or over-the-ear headphones, right? All right, now we're going on to some kind of weird gym playlist with Paul Oakenfold or whatever the hell this is, but we're going to stop it there and I'm going to listen there now. All right, but yeah, as we speak, Soilwork, give it a listen. Pretty decent song. That's definitely what we're talking about now. Oh man, I listened to so much Oasis back in the day. I remember when like we listened to it in the car the other day. Look back in anger, right? Like the albums before Wonderwall. So Wonderwall was alright, but the albums before, I'm not like a massive Oasis fan, but they're pretty good, all right. What price range is good in here for you? How do I answer that, right? I've spent a lot on headphones, right? Like I said, the Beats Sport are probably going to be around 200 euros. The Sony XM5 earbuds was a gift to the wife that she doesn't like them, so she doesn't wear them. Those were probably closer to 300 euros, right? If that's a good price or not, I don't know, right? But it's hard to say. Definitely, maybe. Yeah, that might be it, right? I don't remember the name of the songs, right? So it was that one. And I haven't listened to Oasis in forever, other than when we did that nostalgia trip. Right? Memo Twitch, thank you for the raid, by the way. Sorry, I'm really slow at keeping up with the chat here, right? As a lot of donors. Yeah, it's really expensive, right? Good in-ear headphones are really expensive, okay? But like honestly, Bean Juice, like, I would feel bad if you don't have to and you go and buy bone phones, right? I would literally feel bad, right? That you are wasting money. So these ones are probably gonna set you back maybe like 140 euros or whatever, right? Maybe like but 140 to between 150 and 200, right? And the sound quality might just be so depressing that you never run again, right? So yeah, although I'm guessing not, right? But oh shit, what's why is there a retry here? That should not be there. Yes, roughly around there, right? Timeout, and then we want the forever in there, right? So this one, oh, that's why. Oh, that's why. Okay, so you should just do this once now, and then I don't know why we keep getting this okay thing there though. Let's look at the heartbeat. Oh my god, it's the send that's okay. Jeepers peepers, right? So this thing should have been there, right? Oh, idiot. Wait, what? Oh, the async result has to return. Right, fine. All right, in that case, we don't have to do anything there with that one, right? I think we're good now. I've never seen or heard this brand. I'm skeptical for that price. I think the price just seems a little bit too cheap, but that doesn't mean it's not good though. It's the Amazon brand. Yeah, that has Amazon's own brand has been a little bit dodgy in the past though, right? So this is really hard, right? Because earbuds are very individual. So you usually get them with different sizes, but it's not just about the size. Everyone's ear is different. You know what the best headphones I have ever had in terms of use, right? Those were something that looked like medical headphones, right? Where the earbuds were earplugs, and these were for riding motorbikes, right? So foam earplug headphones. This is some, and they look like they're straight out of a hospital or whatever, right? These were the best, and not these ones, but something that looks like this, right? Were the best headphones I've had, right? But they are crazy, right? They're very cheap, and obviously this is like a mechanical noise cancellation, right? A passive noise cancellation. No, yes. Oh, man. I remember standing like by the petrol station and you've taken them out. So you have to kind of roll them up and really jam them in there, right? Yeah. And those are going to be cheap, but that's probably not what you want though, right? AirPods, I wouldn't give Apple any money. I think they don't deserve your money, okay? Although I've heard that the over-ear noise cancelling headphones from Apple are pretty decent, but the best headphones I have had, bar these ones. These are 1990s Pro, right? The ones that I had before these were Sony XM5 over-ear headphones, noise cancelling, really good. And the ones I had before that were Bose Quiet Comfort 35. And that is probably the best headphone that I would recommend to anyone who wants noise cancelling headphone, right? They're super light, and I've had them now for many years. My kid used them every day. The only thing I had to do is change the ear cup, right? They were really, really worth the money, okay? If the thread breaks, no, you won't. Okay, that is not even remotely the case. I mean, they're just normal like earplugs, right? If you ride bikes and you go for long rides, you need to wear earplugs. Anything over 70 miles per hour is gonna start damaging your hearing, right? So you wear earplugs, right? And you're really gonna jam those in there, and you don't need medical attention to get them out, right? You can't even get them in there, right? They're very cheap, but they're not going to get stuck in your ear, right? Too bad the QC45 sucked and 35 are no longer available. Are they not? Oh, toothless. That's really sad, because the Quiet Comfort 35 is probably the best headphone I have ever had, okay? Hands down, the best. It was decent noise cancelling and super light. They are so, I don't know why all the other headphones are so heavy. And on a counterpoint to that, I've not tried the Apple ones, but I've heard that they're quite heavy. Can you link the over-ear you mentioned? Mine are not broken, but about to break. So apparently they don't make them anymore, right? Quiet Comfort 35. These are the best headphones, right? They are just so light. They're so light, and the build quality, I can't stress this enough. The build quality is amazing. My kid wears these every damn day, and the only thing I had to replace is the cup, right? Since these were launched, when were these launched, right? And the battery is still fine. I don't want new ones. What's the what's the release date of these things? I don't know anything about the second one though. I don't know if there's a difference between 1 and 2, but they're gonna be at least 3-4 years old. I'm just looking for a date here, right? 2016. 2016. Can it be that long? No, I have not had them for that long. What about Jabra? I've had Jabra things in the past, and Jabra and JBL has not impressed me. Jabra has been the most disappointing thing. Jabra had one really cool thing they came out with. They came out with a Bluetooth headset in 2006 or 2007. The white one with the stripe. Jabra headset 2006, right? That was like the really small. Let's see if we can find this. Maybe it was even later. Let's try 2008 then. So they did this small headset, roughly this size, a little bit smaller. That's the only thing they've made that impressed me in any way or form. Everything they've done ever since that I've tried has been disappointing, from headsets to earphones, right? It's just returnable or chuckable garbage, right? No, I can't even find it. It's not relevant because no one cares. No one wears these things anymore, right? But they had like this, like really. I just, for nostalgia, I would have liked to see it again. But yeah, I've had my QC35 for almost that long. Bought them when they were new versions. Still, they are so good. This is one of the products that I would. So there's a few products out there that I would recommend. This is one of them, right? The Zoom audio recorder. This one is really good. It's old and it still holds up. It still works. Now I'm using this for my lapel mic, right? The Bose Quiet Comfort, really, really good. Would definitely recommend those as well, right? And like there are certain things in that you get that you think, wow, this is really good. I would definitely recommend this. I would not recommend anything by Rode. I'm really disappointed in the quality of their hardware. I got the Rodecaster Pro 2 and the Procaster mic here. The microphone is fine, but the Rodecaster Pro 2 is definitely, there's way too much glitches and stuff with it, right? Jabra Puck. The Quiet Comfort 35 was released in 2016, a successor to the 25. So okay, I did not buy them in 2016, but they are several years old, right? I think they're I'm gonna ask the wife, right? When did the Sony XM4 come out, right? We're gonna get back into the code shortly. Release date. When did the XM4 come out? In 2020, okay? So my wife and I shared the Quiet Comfort 35 for a few years before I got her these XM4s, because my kid kept taking the Quiet Comfort ones and until we just gave up and let the kid have them, right? So probably 6 years then. 6 years, battery is still great, and the air cups are the only thing we had to change. Does noise cancellation also count noise in my head? Yes, Bean Juice. It really does, right? Actually, that's a joke, but the XM5's over-ear headphones that I had, really pleasant head. Oh, shit. Hang on. Oh, not this again. Oh. God damn it. When am I going to catch a break? Okay. I'm at that point where I just feel like flipping the table and giving up, man. Okay, never mind this. All right, so the Quiet Comfort, the XM5, were quite nice. Heavier than the Quiet Comfort one, but there was slightly nicer audio quality in them, and they were quite decent, but they're way more expensive. And it's the eye again. So the XM5s were fine. I don't remember why I started talking about them now, right? But anyway, all right. Noise cancellation. That's it, right? So having noise cancellation and listen to the silence can be quite meditative, right? Just so if I was trying to work or just peace out for a bit, then I could just put my headphones on for 5 minutes and I could just lay down on the floor and stare into the ceiling for a while and close my eyes and just be in the silence for a while, and that wasn't bad, right? So for that reason, they can quiet the voices in your head a little bit, right? The noises in your head, not the voices in your head. You need help for that one. Right? Typical working that, yeah, is that right, Oasis? I have bad tinnitus, and the QC30 were the only headphones that made that bearable. Man, I don't envy that one, Toothless Viking. Tinnitus or tinnitus is such a D-bag. I get it from time to time, like most people do. I got it quite severe during the ear infection. That was well, not severe at all compared to what severe tinnitus is. Meditation point is to catch yourself slipping away into thoughts and getting back to the breath. So some noise is good. Yes, but here's the thing. It sounds like crashing waves. You wearing those headphones and with the noise cancelling on and you breathing is the sound of like crashing waves by the ocean. It's really meditative. So objection to your objection. All right, now we're going to send some messages here before we all flip out in colors, right? So we're going to go to pubsub.lib and find the connect function. Here we are, right? So before we do anything here, we're gonna send something to the sync, right? We're gonna send a listen here, right? Turn off the music, man. I really wish I could play some good music for you guys, but I can't, right? Yeah, I'm gonna get the YouTubes on, right? I mean, game music is fine and all that, but it doesn't beat some of the other stuff, right? I don't have any viewers on YouTube, so I guess I could just shut down the YouTube stream and we could just go ham with the music, but you know. But then I would have to put together a playlist for the stream, and that seems like a lot of work as well, right? All right, so let's make a listen. Let's go to the heartbeat and look at it. I'm supposed to go and get a thing, won't I, right? Do we have like a command? It's not commands, is it? Maybe it is in commands. No, that is creating a command. It's not a command. That's what we're going to be able to send in the future. So pubsub. All right. We need to have some messages, right? Now, so what does this have to? What does this look like? So we're gonna have the type and the data. So probably somewhere we're gonna have 30 and the word type in there, right? So this is in the ping. We're gonna do the same thing for the message. And then we need the data, and the data is gonna be, well, I guess this thing could be a message. And we're going to have the data here, which is going to be something. We're going to be generic over T here. So that's our data, really. All right, so we need to pop into our lib, into our pubsub lib, and add the message here. It's in plural, isn't it? There we go, right? Fix this by some serde action, and there we go. So listen needs to contain a list of channels we want to listen to. So how do we issue a listen command then, right? Here we go. Let's just grab this thing. So the funny thing about the Twitch API is that a lot of it, just like Narnia, is make-believe. So you don't really know what is actually going on with this stuff, right? So we're going to have a nonce as well for this thing, right? And that's just going to be a string. And there's no reason to start doing that. And then the data. And then here we're going to have topics, which is going to be a vec of something. And we need the auth token, which is going to be something as well, right? Have you ever automated keyboard and mouse actions on any of your computers? Yeah, a long time ago. I don't remember what I even used it. So that will just be a string, although that's a little bit sus. Do we have the config containing the... Yeah, they're just strings then. So we should be able to get the topics from here. And we need to do something when we get the topics. We can't just say, hey, topics, how you doing? So these topics, is there like an old bot in here that contains a config? No, it doesn't. Okay, forget you then. So let's make topics be a function here. So we have user config. That should have the topics, right? Yeah. All right. So let's make a pump function topics here that is going to return a vec of topic. But it's not as simple as that. We need to annotate the topics with some information, right? So we're going to do self.topics. It's a map. And now we have to format the topic and self.channel, I think. And then collect that one, right? It's a little bit naff, but it's how it do, right? So we're not going to make these public. We don't want to share that. Okay, so let's look at our config. So here's the topics. You know what? It's not even channel. It's channel ID that we need, and the channel ID comes from the auth instead, right? So we need to pass in the auth here, right? So that's how we do it, right? So then we can tell our configs to return the topics instead. Self.user.topics, self.auth, right? Not both. All right. And then we're going to make this one private to this one instead. It makes more sense, right? Oh, my eyes are completely bananas. I'm using I have a couple of monitors to the left of me. They are very cheap AOC monitors, 28-inch 4K monitor. And the one in front of me is an LG monitor that I have no idea what it is, but I spent a stupid amount of money on it. I have no idea if I would even recommend it. I don't think I can recommend a good monitor. I can recommend a cheap monitor, but that's a very different story, right? So this AOC 4K 28-inch for about 200, right? I'm not sure if you can search for price, but if you can, that's it, right? No, they don't look like this. They have a different foot. They have quite this. There you go, right? This is it, right? And since they don't have any kind of mount, I built my own mount for them. So I had 4 monitors in an array or in a square configuration, right? Two top, two bottom. And I hung these upside down and I made my own brackets for it and it looked really stupid, but as stupid as you can imagine it is, right? Would I recommend them? Probably not, right? Yeah, but now I can't say if we do unboxing if Bean Juice subscribes, because now Bean Juice is subscribed. So that joke's kind of dead now, right? You guys killed that joke, you know? Okay, so we need to get topics from the authentication now for our connection, right? So let's go to the connect function. Where does this thing live? It lives in, it's just in the same place, right? So once we connect, we're going to send the topics, right? So the first thing we're going to do is going to do all this stuff, right? We're going to Tokyo spawn this thing, right? Spawn. Actually, we don't even have to do that, right? Before we start to sync, we can, let's do away with that thing, right? Listen to topics happens before the sync has even started, right? But the thing is, we're gonna, because the sync agent already exists, we can write an unlimited amount. Well, I mean, you're obviously limited to the amount of RAM you have, right? But hello, lazy gang. But you can write an unlimited amount of stuff into the listener before we even get anywhere, right? So let's get some topics then, right? So that's gonna be a message. Let's see. Let's go to messages and listen. Let's import listen. And let's have a new function that takes the config in, right? Config, reference to config. And this is not going to make a new cell. It's going to make a new message instead, right? Where the data is self. And the topics were part of this thing, and the auth token as well. What an why would you put the auth token in here and not in here? Okay, you know what? That is not even the worst thing we're going to look at. Okay, topics is going to be config.topics. Auth token. It's going to be config.auth.token. Probably can't do that. Can we just do that? No, maybe, right? If we import this thing. All right. And the auth token is not going to change. So arguably, we don't have to own that one. We can just return a string slice to the auth token, self.auth.token. There's no token on auth because apparently not. All right, this is going to be the event token. Oh, shit. All right, so we need the event token, and we're probably going to need the chat token in the future. Whoops, doodles. Where's me poodles? So apparently there's a new release of Minecraft coming out. Are you guys excited? I know this because my kid keeps telling me about it. There's a new Minecraft thing with dogs coming out, and apparently that's like the coolest thing ever. All right, so now this thing can be a topic, which we can just bring in, right? And the auth token, rather than making that a reference that depends on the config, we're just going to call toString here just to get on with it. And that's going to be the event token, all lowercase. Okay, so now we need the message type. And that's going to be, hey, listen. And then we need a nonce, which is going to be a call to the function nonce. So this function exists, but we also have a jitter function. And we're going to find the jitter function. And we're going to delete that one, right? There we go. Okay, so now we can make a new listen message here. So let's do that. Let listen equals to listen new config EO. Right. Whoopsie doodles. There we go. Let's fix that. Okay, so now we have that one. So now we can send this thing. So let's do. It won't be replaced by. I don't think anyone's going to be replaced by AI, right? I think you will really see what AI, the hype of AI is when people buy the new iPhones and start making all these bullshit meme images, and how boring that's going to become. Very quickly will everything just get saturated with these bullshit images, and then it will lose its shine very quickly, right? It's already boring. There you go, right? It's already boring. This also exists for Android, by the way. Yeah, but I am a AI. Oh man, like Priven. I is always uppercase. Okay, always uppercase I, and then it's I am. Oh, no, we're not even gonna do it. Emoji generated, right? So this we need to send now to the sync agent. So we have this recovery agent that we can use. We're gonna rename the recovery agent to connection agent instead, right? Connection agent, right? Because that's what this thing's gonna do, right? So connection agent can now send the listen to the sync writer. Actually, what this thing should do is receive messages. So I wonder if we're gonna convert this thing into a message first, right? I am a, and with the Twitch font, it looks like it says I'm a Al. So should we maybe convert this thing into a serialized message instead? I don't know, right? I don't know what that means, Bean Juice. Like, what do you specifically mean, right? Now, stand your ground, Scott, man. My wife went from Android to iPhone, and it was like every time she does something like this, I'll be like, look, you're on your own, because I don't know anything about Apple anymore. And she said, no, it'll be fine. And then like a couple of days later, I don't understand why this isn't working. I want a divorce. All right, so we need to send something to an address. So we need to figure out what the address is before we can get on with it. So we can just get the address from the sync agent like that. €1,000 iPhone. Too right, man. Hey, I can send you better and more pictures of doner kebabs, right? Now, I don't know if that's true, right? I don't think you can write better chat messages either, right? Hey, Pepper, how you doing, buddy? Never complain it's too late to learn Rust. Well, it doesn't mean that it knows Rust, though. Every time I ask it to generate some Rust code, it's always a disappointment. What did it do the other day? Oh yeah, I asked it for a Patricia tree in Rust, and a part of me almost want to make this as a stream thing. Review AI generated Rust code just because some of it is just such a travesty. It's just like, but I mean, it doesn't have a compiler. Right? It doesn't have any means to verify the code, so the code's not gonna work, though, right? You haven't tried all the bots. So which LLMs do you guys think are good for programming, right? Is iMessage a thing outside of Italy? Yeah. Oh yeah, no. WhatsApp is really popular in Italy and in Spain. Almost not popular at all in the UK. Some AI have compilers. No, they don't. But there are some compilers connected to AIs now, right? Llama 3 and Claude. So, but outside of GPT, latest version of GPT, right? Thank you for the follow, by the way, Oasis. Outside of like GPT, is there anything that is actually interesting out there, right? What does Claude bring to the table, right? A genuine question, right? Okay, so if we do this, then I don't know, right? Super Maven. The fact that it has Maven in the name makes me skeptical already, but yeah, why not, right? I used Copilot for about a week and I got pissed because I kept spending time fixing his Rust code and actually writing Rust. Oh God, yes. And I don't think that you should use any kind of AI agent when you're learning code either, right? I think that's just going to be a disaster, right? Did you add 2 models to the free AI chat? Okay, all right, let's do this thing. Let me do this thing because I love you guys, right? I love you guys. And let's go to chat. Okay. Which one should I use, right? Low built-in moderation, medium built-in moderation. I love all of you, right? Llama 3 for cold. Let's do it. Start new chat. All right. Write a Patricia tree or try in Rust. All right. Since I am way too impatient to read code there, we're just going to go to temp, cargo new, waffles. All right, let's have it. What? What? Where's all the code? All right, okay. All right, okay. All right, okay. Where's like the partial key check? Okay, we're doing partial key check. Do you guys think this code compiles before we do anything, right? Okay. So we have a Patricia tree here, and we have a hash map, and we have a value. We are making a new one, which should give us an empty one. That's fine. And when we insert, we're gonna have a key. So given this key, we're gonna have to split things. But okay, hang on. For byte in key, node is node children entry. Okay, so this one will make a new node for every. This one will make a new node for every. So this is not really a Patricia tree or try. Then this is more of a radix, maybe. Anyway, okay. Let's follow along, right? So we're making well, actually, not really. We are making. So first of all, thank you for allocating all the time. All right, love that. So we're making a new entry with a vec of a byte, or we're gonna insert. No, we're gonna try to get one from the children. No, we are inserting one every time. But you're throwing it away. Okay, this is what's so confusing, right? We're going to hide this thing for a second, right? So when we get, and we're going to go through this thing, we're going to do a get by the byte. Okay, just wow, okay? Can you be a little bit less shit, please? All right? Okay, but I'm not going to fix this code yet, right? Now, and then we return the value as a reference. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. All right, does it compile? No. No, it does not. For byte, what's as a reference to a byte? Why wouldn't this work? Children is a hash map. Calling get should work. Oh, no. The key is a slice, or sorry, a vec, right? Yeah. So it's trying to get using a byte man. This can't replace you, okay? You cannot be afraid of this thing, all right? Cannot be concerned about this thing, right? You can't expect it to know what you want from just 5 words. Buy the air some wine. Okay. If Binge subscribes, we can buy the air some wine. No. All right. Okay. Look, this is just dumbass in 2 different ways. Okay, that's just wrong. And also, this isn't a Patricia tree, right? There's no E there. Oh bollocks! Did we break DuckDuckGo now? Right? Oh, there is an E in there. Okay. Yeah, it's an acronym. Let's get on with it. I haven't seen this one before. I might want to look at this thing, right? So this is another thing I want to implement once we are substituting this with a hash map, though, right? Duck gone, very good. A Patricia trie, also known as a Patricia tree or radix tree, is a type of trie data structure that's particularly useful for storing and retrieving strings. What? All right. So, but this is not all about strings, right? So why this is interesting is you might have a parent with children, right? And if you wanna cut off a whole branch of the tree, you just delete the parent, and all the children will go away with it, right? So the key to the children. Let me see if I can just get my foot out of my mouth here a little bit. This it's like a suffix, right, to the child, and you delete the suffix. That means you delete all the children, right? This was not a good explanation, right? But it should be a better. I mean, this is a better way of looking at it, right? But this is more about finding, right, more than anything, right? Space optimized try, but what's another word? If we just look at a try, maybe maybe this will give us what I was kind of interested in. Yes. Okay, so the compressed binary trie that uses binary encoding of the string keys in its representation. I mean, we don't have to use strings. We can just use a byte sequence, right? We're talking about strings because it makes it easier to think about, right? So every node in a Patricia tree contains an index known as a skip number. There is no index or skip numbers in here, and it's trying to access the node using the wrong data type, right? Like there's 8 kinds of problems with this code, right? But look, let's not even worry about that code. All right, let's make it do something. Let's make it do something more interesting then, right? Okay, let's go into. We still have Llama 3. Can we make a? Can you just make a new one, right? All right. Clear conversation. There we go. Right. What should we do with this thing? Right. All right. Let's briefly look at this thing because this one gets the get function correctly, right? Still, there's no skip index or anything in here, and they all use hash maps instead of. I feel like we could have a better storage than a hash map, but okay. Again, I'm not like really good at this stuff, right? Just so you know, right? So we're doing this thing. We're going to have the key. We're going to make characters out of there. We iterate over the characters, and we do an entry C or insert a new tree. Again, there's nothing sparse about this. This is the same issue, right? This thing will insert a new child for every character there is, right? And if we go back to the Wikipedia article, if we go back to this thing, we can see that this talks about memory efficiency, right? Let's see if there's anything. All the children of a node have a common prefix of the string associated with the parent node, and the root is associated with the empty string. This task of storing data accessible by its prefix can be accomplished in a memory-optimized way by employing a radix tree, right? Which is what it's supposed to do, right? And why this isn't optimized is because every parent, if we're using the alphabet, every parent would have empty nodes with the entire alphabet in it, right? Oh man, I wish this wasn't there. Can we hide this thing? All right, never mind then. Let's see if we can find this. So the very reason why a radix tree is supposed to be more optimized is dodged here, right? Like this does not do that, right? I guess if we just asked it to implement a try in Rust, it would probably generate the same code. Yeah, this is almost the same code, right? There's no Radix or Patricia about any of this stuff, right? But it's incorrect. That is what's so dangerous about this being used. It might compile, but this is not what we're looking for. This is not the right data structure. So that it compiles might actually be worse. The fact that it doesn't use the question mark operator here just makes me want to rip my eyes out and throw it at the computer. All right. There is 5 lines of nonsense here. This is pretty much the same bullshit that this thing generated, right? And this one uses character as well, right? Let's ask it for something that is okay. Something that it should be able to do. Implement. We did this the other day. Implement an echo server in Rust using TCP, right? Yes, yes. Handle connection. Yes, 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 and yes. 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 That is an echo server. Very good. No. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Why is everything so slow now? God, it's painful, isn't it? It does, Oasis. For better or for worse. All right. There we go. Was it using incoming? Yes. All right. That's pretty cool. Okay. Oh, hang on. Is this the code? Okay, stream handle connection. It's literally this code with a print statement here. But this is correct. So it can do this at least. You can make an echo server. What else can we do? Convert this into a web server. All right. You did it. That's not bad. Wait. No. No. Come on, man. Come on. Okay. Handle the request. Hey, there we go. Right. So it didn't actually handle the request. Right. It just read the bytes and throw them away. By the way, this is not checking if the connection was just closed. So this is even though syntactically it's correct and this will compile, this is still wrong. Learn to steal code like a real human, right? So, but this isn't bad. This is not bad at all, right? So we're making this into a string slice. Actually, this is wrong. No, it isn't. All right. I just stand corrected. Split. Yeah. First line. Next unwrap. Split white space for the paths. Paths next. Okay. This is pretty good. It's case sensitive, but let's not nitpick on that one. Paths next. Unwrap to string. Version. Yeah. All right. Make the headers. All right. It's doing it. And then we are skipping the request, the header, and making a body out of that one, which is just a vec of bytes. Yeah, this isn't bad. This is actually doing it, right? No, wait, what? Hang on. This is fine. This is dumb, but it's fine. This is very inefficient. Why are you allocating a new buffer for every stream? You could just keep reusing the buffer, but you know. Oh my god, what? What dumb answer is this? No, this can't be. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. All right. Okay. Can you see why this is dumb? Look at this, this, and this. All right. Why is this dumb? Okay. And then we call handle request here. So this is dumb because you don't have 512 bytes read. Certainly not. I have a lot of respect for humans, and I have respect for the things that people create. Okay, I don't have respect for this output though. Right? This is dumb. This is inefficient, and this is stupid. Okay. Ask AI, why is this code dumb? Yeah, we'll do that in a second. Why do this when... Okay, let's just grab this code. Actually, no, we're not going to grab a code. If you put a B in front of this thing, you don't have to call this function. There's only ASCII characters in here. Just make it a byte string, right? Same thing here, right? You could have just written this code in here if you just would have prefixed it with a B, right? Okay, so let's see. This code is a bit dumb. Can you make it more efficient? Start with certainly. Okay, that is more efficient. Okay, so let's go down to what was dumb, right? Okay, you're still allocating a buffer for every stream you make. That makes no sense. But this is now looking correct. So we have total bytes read. We're making a new request. Okay, so now we're allocating a vector. We're allocating a vector to store the data in when you already have the buffer, and this is a single-threaded program, right? This is already done. Make a proper request. Well, I mean, then I'm just writing the code for it, am I not? Right? What's the point of the AI if you have to write the code for it? So we're gonna extend. So this is right, but you could have skipped all of this. Wait, if bytes read is less than 512 or total read is larger than 4096, break. Okay, so what this thing is actually doing, it keeps reading into the buffer. So it keeps growing the buffer through this thing for us, right? But again, it makes no sense. Why not just allocate 4 kilobyte, which is what we have here? Why not just allocate 4 kilobytes on the stack and stick it up here, and you'll be done, right? This makes no sense, right? But at least it's doing the sensible thing here and passing the request bytes, not accompanied by a bunch of zeros, right? Ask it to rewrite it with comments above every action. Good grief, no. No, it doesn't have a the thing can't reason. It's not a thinking thing, right? This is just nonsense, right? Okay, so this is arguably somewhat better, but again, why do this, right? There is no value in doing this, and then getting the bytes from there. You're doing like UTF-8 checks on this data for no reason, right? All right, we'll do that, but this is obviously not going to steal your job, right? Okay, rewrite the code with comments explaining why things are why the choices for the code was made. All right. Define an enum. Oh my god, this is like asking a junior developer, can you document the code? Define an enum. Define a struct. All right. No substance whatsoever. Okay. Is this the same code? Yeah, maybe it is. Let's get down to the stupid part. Initialize a buffer to read the request into. Why? Why are you doing this every time? Oh, hang on. What happened to the loop? No, there's the loop. All right. But why are you doing this every time, right? Initialize a vector to store the request. Initialize a variable to keep track of the total bytes read. Loop until we read the entire request. Read up to 512 bytes from the stream. Add the bytes to the request vector. Increment the total bytes read. If we read 4096 bytes or more, or if the read returns 0 bytes. If the read returns 0 bytes, and then what is this thing? Oh, hang on, there we go, right? Break out of the loop. Well, I mean, that's not true. There is no check for 0 bytes in here, all right? As a matter of fact, you might have read 38 bytes or 0 bytes. If bytes are less than 512, so if we read, if the read returns 0 bytes, this thing should stop because it means that the connection has been closed, right? This is just not right. If you have plenty of RAM, why would you care? It's not about... so allocating on the stack can be done early on, right? Allocating on the heap... although in this case, for this guy, right? No, there's no reason to do this, right? All you have to do is move one line of code from here to here, and you're improving the program. There's no cost in doing it, right? This is just an unnecessary thing to do, right? We're never checking if bytes read was 0, right? So this comment isn't even true. Parse request vector into the header, right? Okay, well, there is never a check if bytes read is 0. What would it mean if bytes read was were 0? Was 0? Is 0? Were 0? Are 0? Is was. All right. If bytes read were 0, it would mean that read method did not read any bytes from the stream. This can happen in several situations. End of fine. Connection closed. All right. But this was never taken into consideration of this thing, right? This was never checked, right? Anyway, I'm bored with it. Let's move on. But either it produces code that compiles and that is wrong, or it produces code that doesn't even compile, right? You're not gonna worry about AI, okay? I'm your boss now. I'm your dad, and I'm telling you, do not worry about AI, okay? It's a boring thing to worry about, right? Moving on. Okay, so now what we're gonna send to the connection agent is now different things, right? So we're sending a listen here. Model 4 next time, like ChatGPT Model 4. I can just fire that up now if you want, but I don't think it's gonna do us. Let's just see chat.openai. Write a web server in Rust. For fuck's sake. Stop. Write a web server. Okay, let's do this thing. Write an echo server in Rust. Let's start with that then, right? Oh, for fuck's sake. Right? No, stop. This is worse. The other one was better. Write an echo. I would have been done by now. An echo server in Rust using only standard library. Certainly. Here's some shit. All right. Okay, fine. Show me the code. Oh, man, it really loves that 512 byte buffer, man. That's like the GPT sweet spot for a buffer. Okay. This is correct. That is better. Right? We're actually handling the 0 case here. Right? So we're already looking pretty good here. All right, I don't care about that. Now change this into a web server. So change this to web. Set up a new Rust project. All right. Nitpicky, I know. Okay, so we're back to this again, but at least it includes the content length. Do you think the content length is correct though? That's 11 characters. 12. Where's the 13th character? 5, 6, 7. 5. No, it is 13. I can't count. So the content length is right. Okay. And now we're going to ask it to handle the request again, right? Handle the request. Admittedly, this is better, right? But it's not blowing my mind. What? Look, okay, hang on. The other model actually generated types for a web request, okay? What is this? What is this? allocating as well? Pfft, I never. All right. I never. Nah, the other one gave us some types to work with at least. All right, let's see where's the read now. At least this one isn't wasting memory, although it is making a new one for every client, but that's not really an issue in this case. And that's what you would do, right? But it's like in that interesting nitpick on like ChatGPT, right? It's just not. I don't know, man. I mean, like, people can keep using that stuff, and I'm just gonna have a job in the future, going cleaning up everyone else's mess, then, right? As long as it pays well, what do I care? All right, okay, so we're gonna send the ping message. So let's make a ping as well, right? So we have listen, and well, I guess we can leave this thing in there. So we have message type, we have a nonsense, we have some data, we have topics, and auth token. Yeah, we're good with that one, right? Let's make a struct ping, and this one's going to be different, right? I think that we kind of reached the peak already, Rebel. You're not seeing too much new stuff coming out. You're just seeing mashups now. So I think it's gonna be stuck for a little bit, right? I'm interesting. Replace humans. I don't think that's in our interest. All right. Anyway. Okay, so to make a ping pong message, we are going to go to our heartbeat, right? I'm on board with that one, right? So this one has a message type set on it. So there's, okay, so we already have the ping message here, don't we? Can we include a nonce here or not, right? I wonder if it's optional. So in this case, the ping would be nothing. This would then instead return a message of self where the... Thank you so much, Anonymous, for a gift sub to Trump's Your Dad. Thank you so much, Anonymous. I don't think so, Rebel. Like, there is something called accountability, and the moment you hand over the reins to something else, you're pretending that you're not accountable anymore, right? That's not how it works. Okay, so we're gonna make a message here where the message type is ping. Now, I don't know what we're going to do about the nonce here. Can we make this an empty string? And the data is just going to be self. So I wonder how this will pan out. So we're gonna leave this one in here in case I need to just ditch this. So ping new, and we're gonna get this one from our messages, and we are not gonna do a payload there. This, however, is what we're gonna do over at the writer, the sync. So we have to serialize the value before we do anything. Now, this is a different kind of message that we're not going to use this message. We're going to use our local message instead. Although we kind of have to make, we have to use this as well, right? So a T message then, right? So we can fix this thing, and I guess we could have just called to message on the thingamabobbin. So we can import message to WebSocket message, right? Roman Bites, thank you for the follow. Okay, so we're going to grab this guy. Where are we? There we go, right? So a T message. Oh my God, spelling. Okay, that's better. So we are going to take this and add it here. And in our case, we're just gonna dispose of the message if we fail to do anything with it, right? So here we're gonna get the bytes. Actually, the message is gonna be value dot. What do we call this thing? To WebSocket. Oh God. To WebSocket message. All right, fine. Let OK message, else continue. There's nothing we can do there if it fails. And then here, we're just going to send the ping message, right? Which could have been a static message. Hello, Chuggin. How you going? Not a lot we can do there, right? Oh, ship. Of course we can't. We can't have a generic type there. I need some iced tea, okay? Hang on to your socket. I'm gonna get me some iced tea. There we go, right? Cheers. All right, let's do this thing then, all right? It's so Haskell, mate. Looks like whiskey. Yeah, man, my my jug of whiskey, man, a bit of moonshine. All right, so we can't receive a message. I guess we have to do this one first. So we're going to rename this thing to MSG instead. So we're back to doing this. And skipping that. And sending that. Why not, Chronix? Why not? Do we want to write errors here? I have so many things on my screen, Rebel, that tells me I'm not muted. I can see it on my audio interface. I can see it in OBS. You can't pull the wool over my eyes. Well, if you program, you're a programmer, right? Simple as that. Oh man, my chair isn't allowed to lean back. I sat in a chair that was the worst chair ever this weekend. My mother-in-law has this really old, terrible chair, and I said to her, "How do you spend 10 minutes in that chair? That is literally the worst chair I've ever sat in." And she just laughed and said, "I never sit in there." Rebel, are you sure that you didn't just mute the stream, though, right? Does anyone want to point that out to Rebel before they lose their marbles? All right, so there you go. I have so many things that tells me if my stream is muted, right? But I am guilty of having muted my stream a few times by accident. Okay, so what do we return here? Maybe we could use something like anyhow here. Well, technically this is a library, so we'll just unwrap then, okay? Easy. Okay, that's gonna be T message. There we are. Oh man, Chronix Dev. I have so much stuff set up for the final mix. We have ducking, very light, which is why you guys can't really hear it. It's just gonna make my voice a little bit more clear. We have monitoring on in these ones, but it's quite low. So it's just about. So if I do something, I can.
Now I can really hear it.
But other than that, my voice is very on the level with what I hear through my own head, right? So we got a bit of that. We have nothing on there's two channels. One is completely muted here. I'll show you what I'm using here. This is what I have. And this is the main channel. This is what we have. This is what we're monitoring. This is what we're listening to right now. It's really hard to see this stuff. Like, can we not get a better picture of this thing, right? There you go, right? This is what we're listening to now. This one is completely muted. So if I were to bring either of you guys or girls onto the stream through something like Discord, then you would go through this channel, because this channel is combined with this channel onto one track. This is the audio, actually. This is the audio we're listening to now, although it actually looks like that guy icon wise is what we're listening to now. The music, and that is not part of the same track as these two, which is why we have no music on the VODs. The rest of this stuff is off. That's sound effects. These are off, and that's if we ever bring something from the phone in. This thing looks really good, and on paper it's really good, but it's fucking glitchy and it drives me crazy. If I accidentally touch this button when I'm starting up the device, it will just restart. Jackass nonsense. Well, I've removed the air horn effect. All these buttons are programmable, right? These buttons are programmable. This is this button.
That's this button.
Very useful. And then this is that one. The rest of them aren't doing anything, right? And you get 8 banks of these, I think. But yeah, I mean, it could have been so good. It could have been so good. Not much for writing drivers, I'm gonna say. Okay, but now are we done? So we're sending this thing, but we shouldn't send this thing. We should do to MSG, right? Private, no more. What? 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 Send it locally then, right? There we go. That's why. Let's go to the heartbeat, and we are gonna do 2 MSG there as well. Okay, so foul. Okay, right. Oh, right. That's because this thing does not implement serialize. I just wonder about this message though. All right, let's run it and see. Oh, well, that's great. Let me just go and reset that then. Oh, you idiot. Not again. And this takes so much time, right? If I just stopped fucking up, we wouldn't be here, okay? There we go. Okay, then I have to run this one. Just a second, because I'm an idiot. Oh, yes. I have to go through this ordeal as well. All right, there we go. Let's not do that again, okay? Main. Right. Okay, now I have to do this on another screen. Again, dumbassery. Dash P and okay, fill it up with rubbish. Done. Okay, done. Close. Okay, I think we're back. Okay, as I try not to do this dumb house again. Okay, get rid of that one. Ow. Okay, what else do we need? We need to go to the writer and not debug right after message anymore. Okay, let's see if let's make sure we don't dump that as well. Okay, right. I think we should be good now. Yeah. So we did get the ping pong thing, right? If I redeem something. Hey, there we go, right? So we got some Twitch integration going for us now. Okay. Now, as fun as this is, let's get chat going then, right? We already done this, so let's do a chat handle. There's no chat. Okay, I just made that up, didn't I? Cargo new chat. There we go. All right, so you've broken my toml again, haven't you, Rust? Yeah, of course you have. Damn, that's annoying. Okay. Yeah, okay. I think we're good. How fun is that? That was quick. Now, how does chat work? I think the old bot might have chat. Yeah, let's just not bother to read this. Let's just copy that into here. And get out of there, right? Okay, so we have a URL. We don't need a sender and a sink like this. We're gonna have the same kind of. We could just have generic senders like sinks and what have you, right? Couldn't we? No, because the sync and stream is gonna be different for. The sync and stream is gonna be different, though, right? Because of the ping pong thing, right? With IRC. Sorry, I'm failing to finish a thought, right? All right, hang on. I've done something dumb again. I should not be allowed to use a computer. I'm just saying. Where should we go with this thing? We can take the... we're gonna do this. Whoops. That is what we're not supposed to do. Sorry, it's just since I'm an idiot, I have to go and fix this now. I've done dumb things and I'm failing. Okay. Oh my god. Come on, man. All right. Okay, we're almost there now. Are you gonna make me do this again? Yeah, of course you are. Thank you. That's just helping. Okay, excellent. I'm just cleaning up a mess I made. That's all. It's all good. No, you got to be shitting me. Are you serious? Okay. Why? Oh, just bloody get on with it then. All right. No, no, no. There we go. Please. Okay. Whew. All right. Welcome back, Scott. All right. So let's go -p. Rust. Bunnybot. And what did I just do? That's it, right? Fudge. Okay. That one is new. Yes, I am sure. Give me that. Okay. So because I did something dumb, I had to reset everything. And I'm going to try not to do this dumb thing again. Because it's a bloody time-consuming thing to go and revoke all this. Not sure I know the song. Okay. All right. So let's go back. Oh, man, now this doesn't work. There we go. Jobs are good. Right, so we have to print the URL and then we're gonna return here so there's no, we don't do any unnecessary connection nonsense. Oh, you cod. You need the config. Yes. Okay. This is the chat. Okie dokie. Now let's do the other one. Up there, trying really hard. not to mess up again. There we go. There we are. Okay, we are back in business. I just had to make sure we don't leak any more tokens. All right, so we are done with that. So let's go and build the chat then. Okay, so we're gonna look at our run function for pub sub. Oh, you know, these ones can be part of the lib here. No, they can't, can they? Okay. Can we make a sync and a stream function that is generic then? As in, or rather this connect function? No, we can't, because for this connect function, we need to set up the listens and such, right? But the start stream and start sync can be the same, right? As long as we tell them where to send the messages, right? Then we can just forward the messages, right? Hello, Liminox. How are you going? Well, rather than doing that, then let's... how should we do this? Look at this guy. We've already written the code for this, haven't we? All right. So what this thing is doing a sleep for a wait, and then it reduces retries. And then, okay, so this one is going to reconnect 6 seconds. This is a linear one, right? With a set number of retries. Yeah, so let's just have a binky timeout. Duration. What was it called again? It's just retries, right? No, that's not base. Wait, base retry time. Oh, you're right. Okay, so not base retry. And what about retries then, right? Config.retries. Yeah. This should be all we need, so we can get rid of this BS and this BS. Okay. We make this thing mutable, and well, why don't we have a function called timeout here that returns a timeout? No shit, that's a Tokyo timeout. We're gonna have to expose that type, maybe. Yeah, all right. So we have to expose the binky timeout. That's not an issue, but it does mean that we have to document it. Run async. We're just doing this thing because this is an async function and this is not, right? So let's use, oh, fiddlesticks, wrong window. There we go, right? Use Binky timeout, right? The video, well, I'm guessing if I play that, Scott, I'm going to get DMCA'd, right? So I better not. I get in troubles with the YouTubes. Okay, so we're going to make a Binky. We're going to just use Binky timeout. And let's do retries, or we can do duration. There we go, right? Good enough. All right, I'll check it out. Returns an error if the sleep is done and should not retry. Then it seems weird. Sleeps for a given duration. This function is designed to be called repeatedly until it returns error no retry. The sleep duration linearly increment the duration. I know, Sevi, it's a bit embarrassing. Increment the duration by add for each sleep after each sleep. No sleep, no retry. We're good. There we are, right? Well, a little bit of finagling, but we're good now. Can we please have a timeout then? Yeah, we'll get back to secondary map later. Now we can pull this in. Yeah, nice. All right, you want a config? That was weird. Writing the type, the reference, and then the variable name, right? All right, don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need any of this. We're just gonna say that, and then here we say timeout.sleep. Oh, wait. Oh, ain't that a beauty? Look at that. We can get rid of all this code and replace it with one line. fuck, I love programming so much, right? It's like programming, hanging out with my family, maybe doing the dishes in the middle. Deleting code is so exciting. It's like the most fun you can have with your pants on. And sometimes you can see in your underwear and delete code. It's so good. Gaming's for babies, man. Real adults write code, man. I like gaming. I've been playing a game quite a bit recently. It's a game called Celeste. I don't know if you guys know the game. If you don't, you're probably dead. It's a really fun platformer. It's a platformer where you can pretend to be really good. So it's really hard to be really good at the game, but even if you suck at gaming, that game makes you feel like you're actually a bit good. I think it's so fun, so much fun, so good. Okay, so we're gonna replicate this code for the chat, I think, right? Coding in the tub is the best. That's a bit questionable safety-wise. Will I be playing some demos? What do you have in mind, all right? You know what? I would love to play some really jank shit games on stream. Like, find someone, some crappy abandonware and I'll play, right? Oh, I think Celeste is so good. It's really like they nailed the platform mechanics. It feels really good playing the game. And the game is just so well balanced. It's hard, but from death to restart is so fast. It's not a problem. And one really clever thing they've done is every time you finish a hard room, there's like a calm room in between. So you sort of get a little bit of rest. You get a moment to breathe, right? Use a wireless keyboard on a tablet. I can't use my tab because this house is falling apart. Wait, what? Is that abandonware? Like, no, I mean, sorry, not like abandonware like that, but like Steam games that are like, I would play like the worst games on Steam kind of thing, right? I see. I have very little nostalgia for bad 3D though, right? Bad 3D does not do it for me. Okay, so I don't want to copy all this stuff, but these types are annoying. And this nonce should be in somewhat of a shared library too. Game with portals before it was cool. For what? I don't understand the question. For what? So we don't have a heartbeat for the chat to start with. I think what we need to do here is we just need to make a very thin net library that contains some of this stuff, right? So let's cargo add a net library for this thing. And let's fix this travesty that Rust loves to throw at us. Let's just select this and sort it. There we go, all right. Okay, so then for our net, we're gonna do some, let's get the pub sub right, for instance. No, it's not that. Pub sub lib, maybe. Yeah, so let's get these things in here. Same thing with this. All right, so we need to add rand to this thing. It's not a big issue, of course. Okay, so now we need to open the toml file for pub sub and add the net to this thing. Then we are going to see this thing fail. Apparently not. There we go. Now we can see it fail. Now we can import NetStream and be good about it. What? What do you mean unresolved import? It's right there, you pillock. Oh, right. Well, anyway, let's go and fix that part, shall we? I kind of forgot to add some of these things. Is this what we need? These aren't janky shit games. I don't allow myself to play games until I've finished what I've... You know, you gotta finish what's on your plate before you take more. Very good, Scott. You got some time? Yeah. But then everyone's already streamed playing those games, right? So why would anyone watch me who's bad at game do it? Maybe because I'm bad? All right. Okay, that means that we need to add rand to this thing. There we go. So let's go into the net cargo toml and let's add rand. Workspace is true. I think we can write this as rand.workspace is true. Okay, let's go and add these now. No, you cannot write it like that. Right then. No. That's because cargo toml isn't really... It doesn't really have everything defined, right? This is a very changing format, right? It's just toml, right? Let's just grab all this stuff and then clean it up. We don't need that. We do need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. Don't need that. All that. All that. Yet. The rest we should have. Can't find split sync. Where is the import for this thing? There it is. All right, and now we need a TCP stream thing here. Oh my god. Okay, and then we need that thing in there. Okay, that's it. All right, so now we can clean this up, right? Well, we have 99 warnings, but we're not going to clean it up just yet. But now you can run at least, right? Okay, so to make the chat now, we're going to look at the pub sub library and kind of follow this thing a little bit. Before we do that, let's just do a git add, git commit, do it in style. There we go. All right, so I'm going to do a cargo fix. All. Yeah, all right. So cargo FMT. All. There we go. All right. So clean it up. Okay. Now we can go to our chat. And we can go to our pub sub. And we can start copying this stuff over here. And make it work for the chat. So we obviously have a URL, so we're going to get rid of that one. Get rid of all this crap. This stuff I do want to keep. I said and remove this. It's the connect function, right? Okay, so it's going to take place of that connect function. Okay, right. So we have an address here. I don't think we need a ping address for this thing. We don't have a log, or do we? All right, we'll see what we need here. I also don't know if we want... Do we really need separate routers for this? Like different network addresses for the chat? I wonder how we're gonna assign this thing, right? But yeah, I think maybe we don't. We could reuse the same router, right? And maybe we should. Maybe we should. But let's get the chat going before we clean it up, all right? Oh man, we don't even have read and write here. Chat. All right, so now we have read and write, and they just happen to be the same, right? Binky, no. All right, so chat Tommel, we're on. Oh yeah, all right. Okay. There we go. Easy enough. We don't have any messages here yet. And we don't have an error either. We should probably have an error for this thing, right? So much bootstrapping. God damn, this is boring. New source. Wait, what? Did we really have this? Wait, I think I might have made a mistake. Actually, ship. Chat. Source error.rs. Where are we using these errors though? There we go. Okay, so I guess we better clean this up by doing this. Not that we're gonna write to this thing. So we're gonna do the connection. Wait, we already have the connection? Yeah, we do. Here we go, right? So then we're gonna send these two. Oh, you are gonna be that guy, are you? All right. Well, I guess what we do is we just send these. I guess we could just send these into the. We can do the setup, right? Setup here, which means sending these messages. And that would be connection agent. It's going to send these. It's going to do a send local. And we're sending it to the writer. No, we're sending it to sync agent address. Like so. Or clean it up, mate. Okay. So, right, that should be it, right? There's no listen command here. Although we should probably make some typed chat commands for this. Yep. No ping for you. That's the thing. We don't have a heartbeat for this guy. We just have this connect. Not disconnect, but this connect. And then what does the reader look like for the chat? It's just going to output the message. Okay, I think we now have a connection to Twitch chat, right? We have to join as well, which, you know. Right. So we should be getting a connection. It should join and say that it loves bunnies, right? Is that it? Do we have this one wired up now? So let's look at our main file. We're doing chat run. And that's it. French Vanilla, thank you for the follow. All right, so hopefully I haven't bungled this thing now. So let's just run and see if it loves bunnies or not. Pfft, not even a little bit, right? So chat lib 31. No, we don't need that, right? We don't need the listener at all for any of this stuff. I don't even think we should use separate routers. I think we should use the same router for everything. So pub sub, this listen here should not be there. Means we don't need a server. We don't need a log. All right. Do we love bunnies? We do. All right. We're good. That wasn't too bad. We now have chats and we now have events, right? Oh shit, man, I am like way past what I should be doing stream-wise. Hang on, let me make sure that I haven't angered the gods. Okay, so we got this integration thing now. We're just gonna do this way of working kind of worked, right? I have no idea how enjoyable this content is for you guys, but it kind of is for me. So we added some features to Binky. I think maybe tomorrow we touched a little bit on the documentation for it, or maybe we'd write some documentation for Anathema. I don't know, right? But we can start, we could maybe start building the language roulette then, right? Where we pick a bunch of languages and we randomize the language and we let people vote. Okay, that thing happened. I think I'm gonna have to cap it here, though, right? So for tomorrow, we did this, right? Tomorrow we're gonna do one agent, no, not one router for chat and pub sub, and then these are secondary goals. Primary goal. One router for chat and pub sub, and then we can then merge everything into like one message, right? So we need a little bit of a backlog. So we're gonna have what do you call aggregate and request backlog. I think that's it for tomorrow, right? So if we can then aggregate all these messages and we can then aggregate these into not one type though, right? But sort of. And then we just have a request for a backlog. So all the messages will go from all the messages that are being read, right? Like these messages and pops up, right? And these messages, right? So these two look the same, right? We're just going to pass this on to something else, right? I've sort of stopped rating because Twitch shows viewer numbers when you rate, and that fucks with my head too much, right? And I want to know my viewer count, right? So what we could do is just pass these messages on to something, and then we can make this a generic message that is like a Twitch message. I don't know how we're gonna do I don't know how we're gonna do this though. So this would then be a agent dot send local to some address, right? The aggregate. So address, we have to resolve the address, right? And this would be, they could, but I would still see it though, Modprog. I'll still see the view count, right? And it's too much. I don't want to see it. It just becomes frustrating. So we can resolve an address to the aggregator like that. I don't need advice on how to live and do things, okay? Like basic stuff, I know. I don't need that, right? I need help with this, okay? With the aggregator, right? Okay, so well, we're gonna end the stream here, right? But I think this is what we're gonna do. So if we can do this, then we can send each message, and this would be a pub sub message, right? So we'll end up with like a message, message kind. Pub sub, right? Message. And what is this thing, right? It's just a message, right? And then we can sort of take it from there, right? Anyway, you guys have been great. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for all the subs and crisps. And I'll see you guys for my next stream tomorrow, hopefully. Bye for now.